Потанцуй же со мной на виду всех. Немного потанцуй со мной, немного потанцуй со мной, немного потанцуй со мной, немного потанцуй со мной, немного потанцуй со мной, немного потанцуй со мной, немного потанцуй со мной. Виден стал горизонт, ближе стал рассвет, и пылится мой зонт. Останется тайна безумства отнюдь. Я так было
Innechi. Mana onsiz biz anaqacha kuylashgachas. Чё там? Сейчас. Buna yovani urut. Ana innechi qana eshitla. Uff. Сейчас, бля, сейчас. Рабочий стол звук bilan chiqqan ishlar.
Мой рок-н-ролл от А до Я. Твой личный сорт. Мы до краев. Нам крышу рвет.
Талгина.
Мы все тянем резину. Наш кайф не только тактильный. Я знаю все твои точки. Ты поддаться не прочь мне. Прочту меж строк любой намек.
Ну чё, погнали, ёпта.
Давай не думать ни о чем, кроме нашей планеты. Утонем в унисон вместе с нашим секретом. И что бы там ни было, под одним небом мы стираем запреты.
Я и ты, давай не о чем. Бомба анаконда! Bomba anakonda yigit bombasi. Ёбаный ура! Bomba anaconda, vale. Mana. Нашу. Bomba anaconda, ёбаный. Да, блядь, заебал. Ora, tikitin, блядь. Kallan qizdirib olgancha, ha? To'g'rimi? Kallan qizdirib olamiz. Kallangiz. Сидит, блядь. NPS, блядь, ёбаный. Qani o'ynardi? Manda только solo-yu, solo. Только solo. Candy, Romania. Mayli. Ёbana, Afrika. Yo'q, Toyota chiqdi. Lex, yo'q, Toyota. Yebat, xat bu. Domla. Zimbabwe nahri. Gipitimas. Kamerun taraflami. Mozambiki uyi. Ладно. Опа, Нигерия ekan. Опа. To'xta qani. Yevropada shu, короче. Ishtiroklar. Shveysariya. Ibat, Rossiya-yu, jala. Ustalik. Yo'q. Zap автостык. Что за номер? Белоруссия. Белоруссия mayli. O'xshyapti. Jeva Bolgariyami? Lekin avtostoyan nima deyapsiz? Bilet shaharchanga Turkiya ham deyman. Win Mexico. Vin Diesel. Vilap de Vaca, Branza de Vaca. Brazilian. Lap de Vaca. Polsha biliyordum. Shebat. Öldüm ki. Нихуя. Ой, бля. Что это? Россия gibi. Hem? Ne yazılgan? Musika. Taz. Hop. Auizian. Блять. Сеймас. Романия штрафлады. Yo'q, mana Avstriya. Qanaqa shaharlar beryapti? O. Sistemas de segurança. Viral Picaro Catebraha. Assistente. Porto. Let. Centro. Portugalia qattaydi. Yebat, Porto ekan, bildim. Wow, это где, блядь? Дай. Yo'q. Блядь, motolarda, bozorlarda Papis, Electronic Trading, Luzon. Anbeki, Platin. Блядь. Что за позор? Hindistonchalar. Qarshi tarafda da. Ko'taribsan. Filippin. O'xshatdi. Uchada savdo qilyapti. Oqsoch. Bля, qanday topdi bu? O, Yevropa, Polsha. Mana shu taraf. Afrika, Amerika. Nixuya. Блядь, что за? Кашум Маскан. Нихуя себе. Кейптон. Skandikoy bernimalar VPP'li bilet. Italiyalarga o'xshayapti. Voy. Oberbank. Evet. Oberbank. Marco Polo. İtalya'da. Sese. Vay bile. Irak или Afrika. Afrika eng issiq joyi qaysi? Nigeriya. Senegal. Voy bay. Faqat BMW. Polsha'mı deymanlar. Mana shu taraflarda. Latviya, Estoniya shu taraflar. Afrika, Amerika. Как? Autogaz. Belli. Jeba. Yiyip koyduk. Paletta. Mantas vinilica, carne queso, pepsi, qanaqa joylar? Hadi nahy. Ayo. Vay. Karavana Mediki. Austin Medical varlamalar bilet. Kim bu? Türk mü? Türkiye'ye o'xshayapti. Swedish Business School. Консультация. Швейцария. Swedish deyapti. Bashar nahi. Ya. Budapest. Major bo'layotgan joy-ku. Zetimolin Germaniyadan. Germaniya-ku. Felix Rollins. Hatta bu. Doret. Fransiyami? Rim, Italiya. Bile. Bostum yok. Germaniya bostum. O'zim davlati. Yevropa. Opa. Gaelic Grounds, Thomond Park, Fire Shu ketdi. Puerto Rico, mayli. Voy. И не учми. Bismillah. To'g'ri. Salom. Shvetsiya taraflandi. Иди нахуй. Voy, Afg'oniston, Suriya. Kuchuk o'lyapti pastda. Indiya ham. Üskan Kırtasiye. Haber var mı? Var mı? Var mı Türkiye? Tamoğlu. Vurnumalı. Ankara. Aynen. Kişi Antalya. Borgan mı diyeyim Antalya'ya? Ah uyan, yok yürüyen bu yün. Nah boş mu oldu? Uxlab turib keyin o'qishim kerak ekan deysiz. Nima? Nima deyapti bu? Shunda ochilmaydi hozir. Наконец. Бля. А вот Охуеть.
Мое такси... А, бля. Давай. Я отправил тебе.
Спасибо.
Да. А. Вот, извини.
Yarmiylikda olmayman. Oy bile yok. Ne oğlan? Блять, 1660 mayli. Ёб твою. Yaqinroq yo'qmi? Yaqinroq. Nah. Nахуй иди, блядь. Пам-пам-пам-пам-пам-пам-пам, блядь. Ой-ой-ой-ой. Ладно. Разгонение. И kana uruldum mu? Amma zbyt joy bo'ram. И
Здорово, таксист.
здорово.
Довези до ближайшее это таксишки, блядь.
Куда?
Я сказал.
Ага. $100 oğlum başım ya.
Все, спасибо. Давай. Спасибо.
Удачи. Бля, eshik chiqib qoldi. Yumay chiqqanda, yumay chiqqan. Блядь, пиздец. Тика-тика-тика. Опа. Пристегнул ремень. Boyvachchalar minsa 10 ming berib ketadi-yu, 10 ming. Kamida 10 ming beradi. Oy, bilet. Signal çalan mani yürümedi. Burada Rassoveli машину. Kimiydi bu? Bak. Ну, там, 800 mayli. Manga fakt ko'rsatib mana. Naqd men fakt ko'rsatib bu. 800 nolay fakt ko'rsatib mana. Jimgina o'tirib ketdi. Mana. Qisib. Opa, блядь.
Ты, видимо, ждешь меня. Уродский.
Madide. Evet. 880 yaptı. İyi. Olur. Çalpayı. Pam pam pam. Let mikrofon küte çıkıyor Rambo. Strawberry cruise droplet ne fikir. Yaqinroq yo'qmikan? To'xta. Motion chantalish gibi. Yo'q. Aa. Remont yo'q ekan. Yana yuksak. Yana şirket ratos. Şu joygacha. Oy. Yana şu taraftan kelgadi. Oo. حبيبي normal. ¿Cómo? To'xtadi. Remka olaylik. Zaifov. Willow buzilib ketdi.
Да, повезти куда-то надо?
Bella. Mana ki mantachkam. Сука. Unikini chinizga o'rinma. Bitet. Minus. Remka, блядь. Куда едешь, ёб твой рот, блядь. На.
подожди, подождите. Вот сюда вот, пожалуйста. Давайте не сильно много, прошу вас. Спасибо большое, спасибо.
Urib ketganim uchun kompensatsiya bile. $1000 gitib tashlamoqchi edimiz. Yuborlanib qoldi.
Все, спасибо, спасибо. Спасибо большое.
Kes bo'lsamizmi? Ебать. Ебать. Бля. Ишми. Oğlum, şunu yap. Bizim konsol. Блять, нахуй надо, блядь. Жить.
Здравствуйте. У меня проблема.
Какая?
Вас не слышно.
Алло.
Алло. Я вышел только что с ФТ. Меня довезли сюда и выкинули тут. Вы можете меня довести до парковки внизу? Я там, может быть, деньги сниму и там вам. Наличных у меня нет. Я только вышел с ФТ.
Да, давайте садитесь.
У меня по нулям денег. Ну, либо продиктуйте статик. Я на статик скину. Я на карте есть. У меня нету денег.
People يتشالي خي people. Ну да. Штрафстоянки, да?
Не, нет, на стоянку внизу, на арене, которая.
Блядь, арена.
Алло.
А, все. Туда арена?
Да, да.
Щебать. Заебался.
Это банкомат, горение, вниз. Налево. Потом направо. Вообще вниз. Все, ожидай здесь. Сейчас будем туда. Ожидай.
Aa. Oraya yaxshilik qilamizmi degandim. Pul yechib ketar ekanmiz. E. Qancha beryapti?
Такси. Хватит?
Спасибо. Куда вы?
Давай, сюда.
Help. На. Еба, идти зверство. Так. Я qarayam. 500 mi, 400 mi? Опа. Ye. Kim out optu? Ты чё, охуел? Ебаный в рот, прям вообще ебаный. Сука, o'lamoqsan. Sha. Блядь, аптечка yo'qmi? Блядь.
Хочешь фракция? Инвайт нам на фракцию. Кто хочет инвайт на фракцию? Ты хочешь, да, работать на фракцию?
Нахуй твою.
Газировка автомата вот там.
Qani? Аптечка mana
Shift
aka.
плюс A. Shift плюс английский буква A. Вот так, Shift A. Подожди, новичок, да?
Здорово.
Привет.
Так. 400. Опа. А! Блядь. Asror. To'y bir nima qanaqa fraksiya qo'shmoqchi bo'ldim. Iba o'zbekmi? Asror. Qanaqadir fraksiyaga qo'shmoqchi edi.
Не-не-не-не, все верно заезжал, там закрыто.
Ага. Метка там просто.
Ну, такая на место есть. На метку проедешь, чтобы тебе деньги дали?
Вызов был отменен. Düz. Düz saks. No. Куда? Ты чё, ебан? Ебанашки, что ли, блядь? Вызов был отменен. Чё за хуйня? Бля. Keldim, video startmay qilma.
Газу.
G'azu deganda, блядь.
Красава, Марат, спасибо. Спасибо, брат.
Ай, бля. Пиздец. Чекалдоус. Uzoqmi? Bulvar qatlaydi. Oy. Yuriyotishim. Oy. Ye. Video karta xuyov ishlamayaptimi? Ishlamay qolyaptimi? Cho'sa qo'ying. Vaa, xuy. Elfmi? 800 300. Don. Necha soat? Yarım soat.
Братан, ты слышишь меня?
Да.
Можешь меня с машины выкинуть? То у меня не... Сейчас, братан, нормально.
Садись ко мне, не едь, садись это. Садись поблизу, садись поблизу. Алло.
Пиздец. Оп. Pokój. Mitga borsam pulini olaman. Инглизи. Охуеть. Окей. 400. Майля. 400. Лицея башка, блядь. 400 весе 400, да? 400, блядь. 2,5 kilometr joyga endi, блядь, 400 ming aytib, 400 dollarga aytyapman, блядь. Atak $1000 yetishim kerakmi uni? Лицея башканы. Kim qilaki topgan? Shot лиси, плаки или нормальдаки, блядь. Плаки или нормалдаки. Заебал, блядь. Kız qachon o'shana? Yarim soatlardan keyin bilish kerak. Yarim soatlardan keyin kız ham boshlanishi kerak. Opa, men. Похуй нахуй. Узбекке похуй нахуй. Узбекке похуй нахуй, блядь. Chevrolet Tahoe. Узбекке похуй нахуй. Chevrolet Tahoe, блядь. Опачки. За $100 yetib tashlaymasan. Nima bu yeri? Kvartiram. Bala. Bir. Kalesa aylantiramiz. Oh. Assalomu alaykum. Assalomu alaykum, yaxshimisiz aka? Kalesa Utachi. Давай. Bir 174 fişik. Hadi gel 174. Aa, kazino. Git kazine. За 500 давай. Yeah. Gittik kazino oynayamiz. Yoki pulni chiqarib olaymi 17 ming beribdi. Tak 17 ming 56 mingga 17 mingni qo'ysak. Tak. Olmuş 73 ming bo'lar ekan. Yetmiş üç ming. İyi.
В кого ты целишься, ПДшник? Ты что?
Maske yok. Gittik.
Алло, я тебе вопрос задаю. Ты в хэдка или сас являешься? В кого ты ходишь и тыкаешь тазером? Алло.
Ахует! У вас 394 fişik. Amanda 394 ta fişkam bor ekan. Bu degani kamida 40 ming. Kamida va 90 ming bo'ladi pulim. Ahuyet. Qayerdan yig'ilgan? Yutolganmanmi? Yo'q, yutolmaganman. O'ynab ko'ramizmi yo'qmi? Qiziqdi. Bu вообще bermaydi. Blackjack. Ketdikmi? Ketdikmi? Qanaqa o'yin ekan? Tushunarli. Blackjack'da hech kim yo'qmi? Tak. 15 stavka. Nokka. So'z? Sakkiz 11 15. Bile 8 15. Ozunda kamida 16da. Ikkita 8 tushsa 16 bo'ladi. Riskovat ko'rish kerak. 15. Yana hafta bir. Wow, давай. Хватит. 16, 18. Oo. Yaxshi. 40 ming qildik pulni. Давай, 5 ming stavka. Qanday stavka qo'ya? Dalish. Ikkinchi uyni o'zi anaqa qilar, yutqazar. Xo'shlar. Un 20. Ахует. 50 tiksam bo'lasizki. Un, bunda ham un ekanda. 11 chiqarsa o'z. Ha, necha? Aqllik. To'qqiz staff beramiz. 400 chiqarib olamiz. To'qqiz bile. 16. Kamida 19 da unda. No. Maqsak bilan. 4 tushib qolarmi? Sham. Nah. Riskot qilib bermadim 17. Tugatdi. Azart. O'yin. 3 yaxshi. 9 yaxshi. 11. Ana yo'qmi? Men udvoyitmi nima deydi? Chebat. 21. Voy 20 ochko. Men yutdim. 40 ming, 40 ming. $200. Viski. Ahoy. $200 viski ichganman deymanda. Kazinoga nima qilingsa? Opa. 5 tadan.
Да, был 02629, братан.
Еще раз.
2629, закрой все.
Qora tushdi.
Может,
Давай,
так.
Тимур, Коль. У меня 50 фишек есть.
Qizilga.
Днёрка, ага.
Qizilga. Keyin chiqib ketaman. $40 ming olib.
После днёрки 22, 7, 31, 15.
22. Qan 22. Qora yana tushadimi?
Точно?
7.
Ох, мне бы один раз был угодно.
Qizil, qizil, yaxshi. Yaxshi.
Дай семерку. 10.
Bu yoqdan 100, bu yoqdan 100, короче. Chiqamizmi?
Чё мне пен кинули?
Так, 415 fishkam. Qancha pula?
Borodachi ты тут?
Dasi 95 41 ming bilan.
Алло.
Men farm qilamanki. Men kerak kazino qilaman. Meni urayim.
Просто все сосать будут. И сколько ты поднял, брат?
Подожди, Артему фотку. Артему фотку.
Да не фоткай,
Давай,
я
давай.
тут, блядь.
Да нет.
Так я же Артем.
Нихуя себе, брат, красавчик.
Uyna uraymi? Uyna uraymi? Maqlay, uyna uraymi?
Бородачную продай.
Yo, CS ko'ramizmi? Ata CS ham boshlanib qoldi. 15 minutdan keyin boshlanadi. Qo'y. Yeba, 39.000 berdi. Opa, 95.000. Menyu personaji. 100.000. 100.000 xuyna pulda, lekin bu ketada. O, Snake board. Qanday bo'lsa bilaman.
Шут, Оливер.
Не, продать, сколько ты возьмешь? Я за 200 выставил. Меня хотели за 300 взять, но... и в Эклипсе.
La la la la la la. La la la.
Быть в Counter-Strike, чтобы люди, чем лучше ты выполняешь план, который ты обсуждаешь заранее, тем повышаются шансы твои выигрывать большие матчи и титулы.
Тактические паузы, взятые Сергеем, это что-то невероятное, потому что винрейт после того, как он берет паузы, многократен. Большой процент, даже приводили какую-либо статистику на этот счет.
За 30 секунд мне нужно сказать о том, что может повлиять в последующем раунде, предположить и сказать, что мы будем делать через раунд, потому что у меня всего тайм-аута 3.
Ekonomik research. Man, alla yopsan odamlarni. Ekonomik research bilaki. CS2,
Я думаю, у любой тир-1 команды, когда встречаются сильные оппоненты, и я думаю, что каждая звезда всегда хочет обыграть другую звезду и быть ярче.
If their goal was to peak at the major, I think they definitely proved that during these group stage games. I don't put too much into it. I want to focus on ourselves, and it's about sticking to our plan, make sure that we have a good game plan against them, and that we make the conditions for our players to show up as best as possible. And then I think there's a guy on Spirit we need to try and control a bit.
Two titans set to baptize the stage here in Budapest. Donk, the king of 2024, hungry to best those who have forever.
Monik
and Shiro unable to take down that deadly duo of Nico and Manasi. But Maui, this is a major, this is a big stage.
Снова не чемпион.
We know that. We've seen that. I feel like Don captured all of our attention last year, and he's just been one-upping himself. The consistency is impeccable, but like you said, his Achilles heel lies in the server right against him.
Bugün ko'ramiz endi Monik qanday o'ynaydi bugun komandasida.
Donk only getting the better of Nico when it was just Taz playing.
Agar yutsa Spirit'di. Donk komandasi.
This has been a matchup that has just been a nightmare for the rifler, the best rifler.
Yeah, I think
Polofinalga chiqadi.
Spirit, they need to figure out how to
Polofinalda
activate Donk in this matchup. They need to figure out how to, not make Monasi go for those
Vitality
slow
bilan
them
mouse
down,
o'ynaydi.
avoid the utility usage from this Falcon side because
mouse deyman biladi. Mongols.
We can look at pistols, anti-ecos,
Mongols.
they have everything covered. It seems like they know every single move that
Agar
Spirit wants to go
Mongols
throughout the
yutib
server
bilsa,
to the past best of freeze. and they need to shift
Falcons
up
bilan
some of
Vitality
these
görüşümüz
actual
mumkin.
patterns of themselves and kind of trick
Agar
Falcons into this matchup, because everything
Falcons bugün
is kind
yutsa.
of leaning towards the Falcon sides. The prep work, the way that they neutralize Donk, you know, Monesi always having great series against them. So there's a lot to
Bu
unpack for
tarafta
Spirit and a lot of
Furia,
things
Navi,
they need to shift.
Navi var, Furia, Navi var.
Playoff rookies. We talk about
Mouse
Keisuke,
falan,
obviously on the side of Falcons,
Face
Engineer
falan
as well
var.
on the side of Spirit, but we do have the maps coming in.
Josk
Devil,
oyunla
are
bile
there any
yaptı.
surprises
Josk.
in terms of what you anticipate
Hoppa.
being played in this quarterfinal?
I was pretty certain that
Hoppa,
Falcons would go for that
hoppa.
nuke pick, and Dust 2 would go on the side of Spirit. Ancient as well, we've seen it in the last best of three.
Falcons kıynaladı.
Pisted.
Pisted.
Because I think last time they started with Dust 2.
Spirit nükleyen zörüneydi. Dust'ten zörüneydi. Ancient'den
playing outside
zörüneydi.
Donk and Shiro on the CT side very often. They often have a
73
great
goals.
kind of rotation system with Chopper who kind of goes out from that main area. Love breaking the outside smokes. Love making sure they have the info in terms of if
GG mi diyeyim ama bugün Spirit yutam.
so that they don't have to, you know, force an
Ancient'de yoru hale getir
rotation
Spirit.
downstairs. The thing is, that leaves ramp very exposed.
Spirit
Shiro
yutadı.
is constantly on that
Kana
outside area.
Twitch'ten ama
Leaves
yap.
Falcons with an opening to
Twitch'te.
ramp. It leaves them with an opening to work
Twitch'ten
inside.
break'teler.
If they can block off this main.
I'm just zooming out to the veto again, though, really quickly. I feel like this is just Spirit playing exactly into the hands of Falcons, unfortunately. I really wanted to see Spirit
Футболку
gamble, go
Костриниуса,
for the...
пожалуйста. Есть белый, черный и серый, выбирай.
Давайте три на него.
Переодеться? Да, сейчас тебе дадут футболку, давай футболку.
Ты наш ходячий баннер. 500к будет, да нет, какие 500?
Трансляций. То есть все для комьюнити. Вроде все для комьюнити, но нельзя. Так, ох и не верю я в Спирит, ох и не верю. Тут пишут сердечком за Ника, бабосами за Донка. Причем у нас очень много здесь комментариев. Вот зритель на ютубе пишет 8
Нико.
банок холодного в обоими Let's Go. 8 банок на 2 Best of 3, чувак. Ну камон, 8 банок. Как это? Надо 10! Надо 10! Чего уж мелочиться-то? Вот 8-то ладно, 10 надо сразу было. По 5, блядь, за 3 карты. 5 3 карты. Это вообще какого уровня у тебя там просто печень, а? Так. Так. Так, 8 не хватит, ошибка. Да, хватит, наверное, если не спеша. Димон продолжает патрулировать респ. На этот раз у него еще вот тиммейт. Оп. На тиммейте скачет. Звучит, конечно, страшно. Трехсмысленно. Привет, Игорь, привет, чат. Приветствую вас, приветствую вас. Напомню также, ребят, что читаем ваши сообщения тоже из донатной во время перерыва, но это будет только во время перерыва между половинами недолго и, возможно, в перерыве между картами, что, скорее всего, будет удобно. Это если кто захочет отблагодарить за каст этого чемпионата. Напомню, что трансляция без рекламы, без всего, никаких коэффициентов, баннеров, всего остального. Но есть еще активность по фрибэтлусам есть у нас в телеграм-канале. Это вот кто хотел, тот может там принять участие во всей этой истории. Так, играю в CS версии 1.0. Вот смотрю, кайфую, удачи во всем. Так, Смистер Channel, приветствую тебя. Спасибо. Так, там Донки Чоппер, тактик.
Поверь. Вот у нас Фалькон уже...
Сейчас ему еще начнут донатить люди.
Train pick, Devil Walk in that your guys' podcast. I mean, he mentioned the fact that he's learning some of the timings. He's understanding how he needs to play within the systems that are being created around him. And that's generally what has to happen for a lurker. It's a guy that has to catch up to speed or even play slower just to match what's going on across the map on the macro set for Spirits.
Yeah, and Spirit needs one of Turnir or Sway to kind of step up in this matchup because there's so many stars on that Falcon side that I'm not sure you can rely on, you know, a Donk that struggles in the matchup. But Shiro, he's always consistent and arguably a better performing operator than Monik this year. But you need someone else. You need more weight off of Donk's and Shiro's shoulders on the Spirit lineup going up against all those superstars.
And it sounds like you're believing that that will happen.
I have a
Devil
weird
Walk.
feeling.
Yeah, just something in the water today?
Yeah, there's something in the Warriors for me. I think that the way that Chopper and Halley has kind of approached their C-side, they've shifted it. I don't think it's, you know, as easy to prep against them. I think they have more avenues, more things that they actually put on the server and execute well. I also think that in combination with what you said about Turnir, about how he has found timings, how he's understood when he can have impact in the rounds, that is a key moment for me as a coach, and having that understanding where everyone is thinking in the same line of direction, you can get more influence. There's more fluidity in the rounds, and I think that's going to be key, and it's going to make it more harder for Falcons.
You've gone on the other side though, Maui. You've gone for Falcons in this one. Tell me for why.
Well, the last time they played against each other in Hong Kong, it was Falcons that came out on top. It was the opening series in that tournament, but I just didn't think that Donk was being proactive enough. If I'm looking at Nuke in particular, I feel like he's playing behind the smokes more often than not, just trying to guess with timings on when he's supposed to nade, when he's supposed to spam through. And yeah, okay, Donk, that was really cute when you were able to do that back at Cologne or Kato of last year, but this time around, it's not really working out as well for him. He's not finding those timings perfectly of just shooting someone through a smoke with just good game sense. It usually teams like Falcons and all elite teams really for that matter, they're varying up their timings enough now that he doesn't just get free kills. So I feel like the reactive nature that Spirit likes to play in this matchup is why Falcons, when they're in the driver's seat, just always know how they want to finish.
I actually think that they should probably have less focus on yard control from the Spirit CT side. I think they need to move people into ramp, do a little bit of lobby crunching and actually just shut down that part of the map, because it's going to be a simple kind of T side from Falcons. They're going to pop out, they're going to trade, they're going to be a lot of A and ramp kind of hits, and that's where they need to shut or shift their focus instead of having this almost trio on yard to break the smokes to find information.
Who do you think the pressure is on more though as we enter this quarterfinal, Spirit or Falcons?
It's clearly Falcons. It's clearly Falcons. There's no question about it. I mean, just a reminder, even if Falcons win this tournament, get the first place prize, that still pays for only half of Nico's buyout, okay? Like, they have so much to catch up on in terms of reaccumulating the funds which they have invested into this project. And with all these kind of external circumstances and factors, with Nico not having his major, with Monacy trying to make sure that he solidifies his place among the elite 3 players in the world, there's so much more riding on this for Falcons. And I mean, Zonic too. I mean, this guy has just been called out incessantly ever since he really donned the Falcons jersey, with how many more superstars he needs in order to finally find success, if not now, really win.
Yeah, I mean, completely agree. But I have a weird feeling about, you know, Spirit, Donk actually having a great game against these on this stage. We've talked about the pressure that it builds on Falcons, the way that they have, you know, have numerous occasions where they haven't really lived up to their expectations. And this is a matchup where I could see them, if they go down early, that pressure is going to crumble upon them, and I think that Spirit has a chance to win.
I feel that's where Spirit are most deadly, you know, when they're being a little bit slept on, a little bit underestimated. You gave them a lot of props, though, throughout Stage 3, Maui, particularly when we're looking at the T sides. What particularly has changed from the Spirit side of the equation when we're on that offensive half?
There's just a little bit more misdirection. The maps I was keying into more particularly, Mirage and Nuke, unfortunately not in this series. However, when it comes to just the way that they play, it's not as much of just bundling up, just grouping for a very obvious hit, map control into what is really going to be the sequential bomb site take. Nowadays, there's a little bit of poking and prodding. There's a little bit more mid-rounding. I feel like they're able to slow the game down, call for a pause in the middle of the round, wait for opponents to react, punish those kinds of reactions, and then make a good concerted effort of where they're going to be going next. So I think that kind of pace shift that they now can activate in the middle of rounds is something that teams aren't all ready for yet.
Yeah, and we don't have that much data of this new Spirit either. You know, there's plenty of surprises to be kind of catching our eye. But you know, Spirit on T side, they love doing the outside double kind of layer of smokes. They don't really do the one smoke wall and then that's it. They like to do it twice to kind of force rotations, get the pick, get into that main roof and punish Falcons. But it is a really tough map. I don't consider Nuke to be the pick or the map that Spirits is actually going to win. I think that's going to come later.
So do you think it has to be a 2-1 for Spirit?
100%.
Okay.
There's never ever going to be a 2-0.
Either way, if you're joining us in the arena, make sure you head on over to the Monster booth to be grabbing yourself an ice cold can, because you're going to want to be locked in for this one. Speaking of locked in, we just got to see a couple of images of both Zonic and Nico. Just, you know, that 1,000-yard stare pretty much. It was just pure relief for Nico, right? Taking down G2, taking down his cousin in Hunter to make it through to this very stage, literally by the skin of his teeth. What do you think he's thinking right now as he's just on the precipice of entering this quarterfinal?
Oh, what? He did an interview with, who was it? Either HLTV or maybe actually talking to Donna earlier, just the fact that it's just a lot of the pressure has been relieved. I mean, they're not necessarily feeling that stress of just having to get to the playoffs. And I feel like beating G2 was a breaking point. A breaking point for them and a breaking point for m0NESY, where he was able to shift into that next gear, take over a game entirely, and I feel like in a way that we've talked so much about Nico and Dom, it almost feels criminal that m0NESY has been mentioned maybe as little as he has when he's the one that's actually fighting to try to make sure if he can assert himself as that third best player, because he's been going to me neck and neck with Shiro all year. Like at times this year when m0NESY especially started off slow, Shiro to me was second, third best opper in the world, m0NESY a step beneath him, but now m0NESY has just shifted into a form where we're seeing all of the potential.
Joski bilen diyman da.
Against this matchup as well, we can just look at some numbers. Last two
Вообще
best of
зor
three,
Joski
Falcons
ligi.
went up against Spirit. m0NESY had a 146 rating and a 149.
Chips, mips,
So
sushnek, pushnek op git
definitely a key
koysalar.
factor for them kind of cruising
Saat
their way through those
12'de en Joski bilen bugün. Mangols'la bilen Vitality.
Do see some of those head-to-heads going down. It's not always the case with AWPers. How do we expect them to be kind of, going at each other in this one?
Well, m0NESY has the nickname of the Flash, not by mistake. The dude is just fast as hell. He is flicking faster than anybody. I feel like in terms of purely getting crosshair to position in a reaction, there's no one faster in the world than m0NESY, and his accuracy rate is just bewildering. On the other hand, Shiro, a more stable set of hands, a guy that's going to hold the line for Spirit as they're aggressing to take space. He's going to hit that tripwire shot if anybody goes into it, but he was the best clutcher of last year, so hopefully he's able to activate some of that in this matchup.
Fingers crossed indeed, Devil Walk. Fingers crossed.
Yep.
Well, it's time to be getting our first quarterfinal underway. It is Spirit versus Falcons.
Spirit keyfiyat zürküp.
Into the game we go. Here we sit with Falcons.
Nuke boşlandı. 1-0 gitti.
Have not been able to overcome. 9-0 the record in the head-to-head. Falcons would have all the reasons to walk away with this victory, but it's as the pressure finds its peak so far in Budapest.
Full AG 40 gelişti. O Falcons. Oo. T'de Donk'tan ace görüyoruz mu? Ay. Donk'ta ace. Donk'ta ace. Ay. Donk'tan clutch görmek için. Donk yaxşı formada kilitdi.
What's interesting about this match for Spirit is that, you would normally expect Donk to be at the top of the board, that there be a decent core behind him. Maybe the floor of the team is going to be an issue. Versus Falcons.
m0NESY qo'lingga bironma qo'yib, qo'ling olib ketadi. Stolchada.
Even though Donk was the better player overall, m0NESY never loses to this team. There's this special relationship
Falcons
between
yaxshi
Falcons
boshladi.
and Spirit and a special test as well for Falcons.
Yana AG'mi? Yo'q, rampa. Oho.
Singular kill for the
Hoppa, Donk turibdi bu yoqda. Check qiladimi, yo'qmi? Hoppa, check qilmay keldi. Yana bitta bor. Falcons cho'ta shoshilyapti. Hoppa. m0NESY xabarni aytdi. Ketganini.
Thing is, we got this one gun following in
Hop.
behind. And, ooh, nice reaction.
Ayım. m0NESY ham yaxshi shug'ullangan.
And Shiro unable to find
Shiro.
his timing on his end of this bomb site.
They don't
Agar
know that he's here right now.
avtomat save qilsa, MP-shkani, nima deydi?
Robbed away that MP9.
Kezd yaxshi
Step
tushunmayman.
away. So Falcon showing us a bit of ferociousness out of the gate here, Mo.
Agar
Confidence is definitely something that they'll be coming to this head-to-head with. Straight up A rush.
I think they
made ramp fine.
Again, there's less stakes in some of their most recent matchups, and so even though that it's always Falcons winning, I mean, I think Spirit know the team talk for themselves is that, well, we're in quarterfinals of a major. This is Kyosuke's first playoffs at a major. It's Falcons who, got versus G2 and prove something to them.
Eshikdaydi ushlovlar bular.
Again. But it's not just your regular head-to-head in this series. In some ways, Spirit have an advantage. In others, Falcons have history. The one thing I've not pointed out is m0NESY and Nico, though. I think those two things are going to be constants. Those two players have the most experience in this situation. Those two benefited the most from taking their win over G2.
Zato bezarja qoldurdu.
Gave them the confidence to believe they can make a run here in playoffs. And you saw Nico's pop-off. It was as if he won the entire major. And I think we kind of joined him in that, you know, as watching his career as closely as we have. We've seen how many moments like that have been robbed away from him. We saw that on the desk. This could have been another one, but he's a different beast
Spirit
right now.
was a force.
Damning graphic that the desk had to analyze
Force
all
by
those Nico's shortcomings in elimination games.
Don't
It's
plan
basically won
Shiro.
every single year. It's been the tail of his career
Oppa.
in the mighty challenge that is to win a major. So starts this one off 0-2, but that's fine. You've got Kyosuke, you've got Monik, both 5 frags apiece. They are the engine of Falcons in the first 2 rounds of play. But around that MP9, of course, comes this force buy of Team Spirit. So trying to keep that pressure on
Spirit
early.
şunu. Ama böyle ya.
A round that starts with a bit of timidness. Nobody wants to make mistakes early.
Wrong mentality to have, though, isn't it?
Spirit'te pozisyon alıyor. Agar check olmasa.
Well timed. Find a gap.
Check olma.
Go too slowly and make things worse. Down a number is different when you're also down under a minute. This is where it gets really scary. Round goes slowly. Shiro gets more power. He's got a scout to work with. It's time for a nice decisive call, Falcons. You still have the edge in this round.
Also, just the fact that kill comes in
late.
Right
Squeaky is the most
is
obvious
popping.
but strongest play.
Frag grenade then as well. Utility's been so well timed here for Team Spirit. And they are just going to stay jumbled up on this doorway, even if Sway were to have done
John'a bolup gitti bıtasını.
he doesn't, getting the fallback
Sway.
frag alongside his own
Sway.
death. Nico with a chance to clutch up early, 20 seconds up against him.
Nico.
Tough place to be in.
Nico.
Like you said, that scout gets more dangerous, and sure enough, there it is. Shiro arrives on the scene, and we've got a well-positioned
Spirit.
Team Spirit on that squeaky door.
Spirit
It
da
was
bay.
a point of contention the entire round. The grenades are so well
Falcon'da
placed. The
Eko
back-to-back
bela.
smokes with that opening MP9 kill. Hell, even the frag grenade that whittles them down right before all the Falcons fall.
It's definitely the nature of which that round was lost from Falcons. That's already a little bit concerning on their end. I mean, everyone dies coming out of Squeaky, whether it's earlier or later into the round. But it's by the end that Spirit know exactly what they're going to try to do, and I don't think Falcons believe they could have recovered the situation. So now we have seen, I think, Kicksan's T-sides on Nuke. Sometimes it does feel that he can't make the decisive call to get everyone together.
Scout bilan biron qilib bilam.
But then they can also bring it back, and that's why they also have Nico with the experience to make mid-round adjustments and calls.
Oh.
Exposed, but not dealt with.
Olma gelişini bilmadim ha.
Team Spirit's early CT pressure with that back-to-back force buy works out. Gives them a comfortable one now. A walk across the outer smokes goes.
Kiksan уже kırdı
Not only moving that
rampaga.
scout over, but that's the bomb carrier in Monik. So still hoping somebody will step up into that scope. Oh, Chopper. In the meantime, gets aggressive into lobby, right? You're losing outer, you know it. Team Spirit decide to get active. And I think a certain bit of fearlessness is what they have to come to the server with today. I think that you see that fearlessness in their decision to force buy round 2 and 3, saving just the MP9 from the second. A bit of damage here for Kyosuke to have to handle. So that Desert Eagle rings off. Chopper taken down to half health. But again, you've got anchors, right? Shiro locked into his corner. You can give Falcons a bit of space.
You can, but I do like that they're showing them right away. They're not scared of them. Now, if it ends up being a mistake for them, then obviously they'll regret that and be embarrassed. But so far, so good here for Spirit.
Just the right amount of pressure coming back from Spirit.
There's one who's infiltrated here. We've got one above.
Kicksan sitting top of the ladder. He could look downstairs, but he could also just go to the site.
He'll have a chance for one good shot.
Monik drops in the meantime. He wants to find that A player.
Mo, Kicksan.
Missed chance on the player behind boxes. Nico will handle that one.
Bomb goes down.
This was not working with a lot, but they do know the positions of the two Falcons players. Certainly recoverable, and we see that instantaneously.
2-2
Shiro coming through with the double, majority alive here for Spirit. I'd say certain a bit of
Falcons
but just still the right amount of pressure. Taking
that
peek out from Hell Window, coming back from Hut to clear rafters.
Dude, imagine if it was Kicksan up in heaven that one time.
Falcons çıkıp gitti adamı.
Could have been the major. We're all tied up here, folks. 2-2 out of the gate.
And it's funny because it's like on the basis of skill and the basis of head-to-head, I mean, all that stuff should be like, okay, Falcons every day of the week. But what we'll see in this matchup is that Spirit are going to try to show them that they're not scared in this particular situation, in this 360 arena in the quarterfinals. And what's also interesting about this is we've been, really critical of a player like Zwei, but in their series last, It's not really his way that stood out as the issue for me. It's the fact that, you know, Donk gets countered a lot. He has had matches where he's played well versus Falcons, but also some struggle sessions. And actually, Turnir has had, you know, a really rough event, and it's been 3 events for him. But since Pro League, it hasn't been that great. And I'm a huge Turnir guy. I think, like, obviously from Heroic, who wasn't. But it's 2 players who are replacing 2 players who, on a stats basis, were getting called out. But in other bases, we're being told, hey, they add a lot of value. So they have to justify that one way or another.
Yeah. We will never forget Magic's 69 frags in the grand finals of Shanghai.
Yeah.
Criticize him during the slower parts of the season, but you've also got to put up when push comes to shove, and this is going to be a shoving match all night long. Desert Eagles look for heads again, banking on Kyosuke and Nico to find theirs. And a little look over towards the ramp, perhaps, you know, Falcons just
Falcons agar Spirit timing'da yutmasa başka yut olması gerek. Başka vaqtda.
Yeah, I'm feeling like the pressure is going to come to other parts of the map. I think ramp was brought up, but here they've doubled.
Monus'ydı bir John. Monus'u birinchi chiqib beradi. Oo.
Easy pickups thanks to the headshots. Frag grenade to really solidify this, and it's going to be 5-5 for Team Spirit.
You see, notice they actually left way upstairs by himself. It's actually ramp they double up on. If they're going to counter Falcons' game plan like that, Falcons do have a habit of trying to like.
Spirit zürde öyle yaptı bugün. Spirit finalga chiqishi mumkin.
We'll see the beat pops on Dust too.
Yana bilmaylik. Может comeback qilib ketishi mumkin.
And actually where Spirit will overstack with 2-3 players. So they're trying to play pragmatic and adapt to what they think Falcons are going to try to do. Not just 2-1-2, 1-player ramp, whatever it is, a normal setup.
So that CT side takes the lead early. Back-to-back force buys nets Team Spirit the 3-round streak. Time for the Falcons to try to break back through, but I mean, they have been allowing Spirit to survive with majority each of these 3 rounds that they've won. Not a single death in the round prior, and only a single bomb plant so far as well for the Falcons. It was an early taste of victory with those first 2 rounds, but we're gonna have to see a bit of success within these moments. And so they'll go for that back-layered smoke on the cross. And no pressure out of it, really. Team Spirit, when this outer yard is going, have really had this affinity to
Falcon'da da bay.
As long as you don't
Avtomatla bilan.
so they don't put pressure on the cross.
Mother
Now they're assisting the rotation downstairs, plus they've already taken over hut. So actually the answer has to go back to Falcons. And since they've grouped up quite heavily, they don't really get to trick Team Spirit here. This is actually the big player of the round.
One of the biggest players of all time. Nico sits on top, waiting for the
BG
shot to
rampadan.
come his way.
B'da 2 kishi bor.
2
kishi A'da.
First one either the Spirit have played.
That leaves that hell gap open. Even they see that coming out, they're going to be unnerved.
Donk. Nico.
He has to watch his own smoke gap.
Now Shiro from
Aytdim ki timing'da olmasa olmaydi. Vay.
sprays down all 3 attempts to exit that doorway, and it is another unsuccessful one for the Falcons as once more majority
Falcons
you know, not all smokes are missed equal. Sometimes
Spirit pozitsiyalarini yuqlay olmayapti.
no one watches it. This is a position where this is so critical to literally what the guy who's scaling outside is going to see. And that one misses. I mean, you can't afford that. You cannot miss utility in a game like this.
I mean, think about it. Nico is looking at the window that was supposed to be smoked when Donk just shoots him in the side of the head. That smoke actually lands. Where's Nico holding, and does Donk get away with it?
For who we called the big threat of the round as well.
Yeah, fair point. Turns out the biggest threat is Shiro downstairs. That triple mowdown on the doorway.
Interrupted this one. This is good.
Donk tracking down Nico through the smoke.
Donk Nico ne oldu?
Back in with a bit to work with, but not the rifles. Not back to back. Oof. Almost. 99 damage versus Chopper down in Vents. That Tech 9 kill that could have been would have served as a kickstart and possibly a panic moment for the Team Spirit defense, but instead they're still
Falcon'larni BG kirish rejasi yo'q shama.
Devs are listening. That gun should never do 100 damage in 1 bullet, so justice has been served. And look at the upgrade Chopper gets, actually. We'll have him on and off now.
Bir smoke. Hech narsasi. Hop.
Shots out of Donk again.
Donk.
Ya onu yine yaptı o. Smoke, his sprays are online. You see the taps outside of main.
I'm more interested
Those are online too.
In like every single setup so far, whether it's double up ramp or the two varied looks outside, or appearing to not respond but actually rotating down very well, like they're covering each other extremely effectively.
Honestly, trying to find openings into the A side as the last man up will remind you of what he's capable
But
of.
the Monik
But that's
kaçtı.
about where he ends. Sway with another moment to be proud of inside of this A side, just puts in that last frag all too easy. So now we're looking at a Spirit board that across this entire map so far is showing us potential. And I think that if Spirit are going to win, if they are finally going to shake off Falcons, it's going to take that, right? The floor to rise and that ceiling to stay as high as it has been all major.
I mean, there's the stat going around that it's Kiosuke's, first major playoffs that if he wins, he beats out Donk as the youngest ever major winner by 6 days. I mean, to Donk, like there's something about saying that
Pistoletgani olishga oluyor lekin dalcha ololmadi.
Right, Donk winning last year is an absolute anomaly because, well, when do you ever see a guy like that happen twice? And it's not Kiosuke who's carrying Falcons every single game like he was in the beginning. It's actually a much healthier. He's one of 5 fingers on a hand now. It used to be him with 4, and like there was too much space given to him only. But actually turning that stat into reality, winning the whole major, well, that's another feat. And Spirit know that. They proved their half. Now Falcons have to prove theirs.
Faster one of this as Nico takes up position inside of the main smoke, drops down to the 8 play.
Falcons judayam tez o'ynayapti, bile. Opa.
Triple spray down for a player that struggled in this position since he started in Team Spirit. The growth is real off a round like that.
It's one of the only spots. I'm liking him on the floor. Such a good anchor here right now.
Falcon nima oxlamaganmi?
The last time they played Nuke, he almost got an ace.
Great reaction to shut down Nico. Shuts down the Tessa swing through smoke and commits as he has to hold back the HUD.
That's great to see. For a guy who's under the microscope right now, who's trying to justify his spot, who's coming into a team that, picked up a major last year. He picked up Cologne with this roster already. That's the progress that you want to watch with Way.
It's one of the faster rounds that Falcons end up throwing on this T side. Can't help but feel like they're starting to feel a little bit boxed in.
Donk gördü.
I think this is where it comes back to Kicksan, to be honest. And, we talk about a lot of players on the team, especially Nico and his story and some of the big games that he's lost, but like Kicksan has to be a really strong caller, and I think some of their new T sides haven't been that
Chopper
interesting
timing de
the last
olmasa.
couple weeks. And more than that, just indecisive. I think that's the key word.
Execute set up for the A side in a minute, trying to catch him on timing. Sway's under pressure.
Wow.
Have at it.
Just a mow down of the attempted exit out through the squeaky side. Shiro's going to drop in, and that's going to take Nico down to mere points of HP. Sway's wall bang comes out from over on vent side, and this is just a suffocating round yet again that the Falcons can find nothing within.
Yeah, keep beating Sway. Keep beating him.
Whoa. It would have been one thing to walk into this server and to fight Falcons to the very end. It's a whole other beast for this impenetrable CT side to make Falcons so far look like fools.
This is going to be the head-to-head that counts. No matter how many 5 maps in a row or whatever, this is going to be the one that's remembered. Looks like Spirit understood the assignment. Falcons, quick start, but since then, nothing.
Monsi AWP oğlum.
7 rounds now in a row for Spirit.
Monsi AWP. Kicksan'da bitta kill.
Back to the gun rounds where last time we saw them take that more aggressive look into the A side, trying to play with time.
Tessa's not in the game yet either.
Flash over top.
Chopper'da pozisyasını hiç kim bilmeydi.
Move a muscle.
Hiç kim.
Shiro gonna try to hunt as that smoke.
Çıkan öyle. Monsi öldü. Yo. Opa Monsi. Monsi. Falcons comeback. Comeback. İlya Osip. Monsi AWP o'ganchi ekan.
Monisi can peek into Shiro to get that kill.
Monsi AWP oldu. O'yin boshlandi.
Into Shiro and beat him out on time alone.
Shiro'da ham AWP.
When I watched that happen last time, I thought Shiro must have been distracted. Here he wasn't at all. He was only watching this angle, so it's a really insane impact that we get. And they figure out how to build momentum and snowball really quickly within one round. Now it's on Falcons to try to make it back to back, because this half actually isn't too far from recoverable. This is a good start.
Just the
nature as well is nice.
Victories here for Spirit. You know they're going to have tons of cash and still fall back on twice to the very end.
Çünkü
2 rounds left.
Falcons agar Spirit timing'de olsa, timing'de 100 çıksa
He's
çağda.
taken over an entire game versus Spirit in a Falcons jersey.
Spirit timing'de uçraş geri fakat Monik Falcons'da.
Even in the face of this late Falcons rebuttal.
Hoppa. Donk.
Just a glance over top of Silo. And a far more vacant yard this time from Spirit as well, right? A stark contrast to the last round when they stacked Chopper behind Red and had 2 supportive elements still floating over towards the CT spawn. It's just a deeper look from Shiro and Donk playing on the close smoke, but nobody there just yet.
They always keep it. They always keep it covered from one perspective or another, though. They've got Chopper here. They've been waiting for the upstairs hit to take place.
Kiyasuke.
Missed shot from Shiro's not going to find the answer back. 3 versus 5 demanded of Spirit.
The ball is back and spawn somehow even where the
Shiro kimli kutu yapıyor oğlum? Bonsi değil mi? Kiyasuke görünüyor. Çıksa öyle. Что за... Nico! Chopper.
It was almost 5 players flawless. The Chopper's got a late
Chopper.
response, and Falcons have that bomb plan. Again, we talk about money built up as that streak of Team Spirit's round is so long. But even then, Chopper doesn't want to take a look at this retake. Falcons have established a 4th.
That was such nice control of his aggression right there. Kiosuke took that opportunity to take a peek in a mini, then went a little bit deeper. There wasn't a round behind it, but he didn't full commit to taking upstairs by himself. Kind of both flex the fact that it's him, and he should be able to, when he sees an opportunity, go for a duel like that, but also didn't overcommit. That's real class.
Falcons never miss.
Here it is.
Falcons hata kılmadı yaptım.
What's kind of wild about this is with the mollies and the flashes, like this could have just been an upstairs hit behind it, but they take their advantage. They press it even harder. It feels like last round. So that's 2 in a row. A little different this time, which is nice. The variety's coming through. And even though Spirit made a nice bounce back, these 2 last rounds have been a bit of a mystery, I feel like, for them.
Oh.
You said it at one point in this half, Team Spirit understand the assignment, and it feels like a team that's done their homework and has come in prepared to impress. But that Falcons breakthrough, no doubt enough of a T-side already in 5th. Well, then they'd be switching sides with real momentum. Kiosuke and Monik have been critical with this outer success, and so no surprise to see him scouring the field looking for that first point again. It's not every round that you're going to get to shoot Donk in the back of the head. Made it all the easier in the round previous, but we do get that crossover to Secret in 1. Shiro hasn't seen much action towards the ramp.
Shiro's kicks uçlaydı.
He's not careful, they could round that corner at a moment's notice. This is Spirit starting to look for a press. You think back to all the times they pushed into the lobby.
Yok.
Well, they're on the brink of doing it again. From both
Timing'le
sides,
kara.
2 players per side.
Donk gitti, kicksan.
That's going to open up your main threat. This
Hoppa.
push comes through. Sway finds Sanctuary behind the flames. And then that Opper has yet to announce itself. Nico from inside of this corner can catch them on the fallback.
Nico.
It's going real well. Nico's answer still finds its moment from a man disadvantaged.
Nico. Spirit.
In the final round of the CT side will give Falcons something to think about. A lights-out performance for Zwei. That A-bomb site was impenetrable throughout this attack out of the Falcons side. Not once was he the opening death, and once upon a time, a liability within this bomb site, within this map.
No, within Spirit as an anchor, but I'd say on Nuke has been one of the only times you've seen serviceable performances. The fact that he's doing it versus what's their biggest rival right now speaks volumes. To do it on stage is amazing, and you know, didn't get the applause that he deserves since that happened at the end of the break, but an ace here on stage in quarterfinals.
Spirit
off his way.
Pistoletken Aula.
That also puts a stop to the small frustration that Team Spirit had in those last 2 rounds. I think they lost 1 player.
Ooh, Donk, instant execution of Tessas. He is not having a fun game. 1 and 11 as Turnir comes through with a second in the pistol. Chopper's anchoring out towards Spawn's going to keep Monik preoccupied. He would have loved to have taken a look at sight, but that's going to welcome back Team Spirit. They'll just simply come kill him.
Oh, come get a kill at least.
Chopper escapes, runs for the hills as his teammates do all the grunt work. Bomb down inside of this A site. And it wasn't that immediate hit that the Falcons themselves threw onto that A site in their own T side. This was just a certain pause and then that follow through. And Team Spirit's pistol, as convincing as you could ask. Kyosuke will find 1 for the road as 4 stand strong, and we've got Spirit running off with this victory.
Mentally, we can't just walk by this map because this should have been way more competitive without the second pistol. It's going to be a struggle session here for Falcons. They absolutely need to make some sort of comeback. I think mentally they need to prove something on this map. It's not just the series that they've won. They've won every single map so far, right? They've never even had to come back into a lopsided game like this. The closest Spirit have gotten in the last 5 maps is getting an overtime loss. So they have to prove this is not like them. Kyosuke's got an MP9 this round. Okay. Some kind of no scout involved.
Saw the power of the force buy for Spirit CT side.
Niko Donk dışlanmadı.
Because he's got it like that right now. He can do anything he wants.
I mean, off of the ace in round 12. Go
18
ahead.
18 and 8. He's right now. He's babysitting Donk. 12 and 5. So let me show you how it's done.
P5 great versus unarmored opponents. Versus Kevlar, we'll see.
So the fan club could be called Zwaniacs.
Okay.
Yeah, like Zaniacs or something like that. Obsessed with Zwei.
Creeping in with these Desert Eagles. I mean, the targets are right there.
Shiroblad. Opa.
Back every once in a while, just in time.
Turnir.
Easy shutdown for the flank. Look for a second, like maybe Team Spirit weren't going to hold it, but they really allowed Falcons to just simply come to them. And while the bomb gets stopped in the process, again, it's just this 1 death. So Team Spirit into the double digits. We have Falcons sitting on a measly 4 rounds at the moment.
First two were good. Didn't see a lot of energy coming out of
Falcons
Spirit. They're
GG.
wondering why they didn't start well, and then they just got back.
French karttan tutar.
Movements and everything. I mean, apart from Zwei having a really great day right now, they still had every CT protocol in place to counter all the outside hits that were coming. The amount of times they played inside of Secret, the amount of times that they punished the cross smoke, whether it was rotating early, nading it, volleying the smoke, putting damage across. They had
Comeback
for
below.
every single team play.
Now they're going to go fast, right? Big
Oh.
This is the guy who had 1
This is
just moments ago, right? Double
Donk.
Desert Eagle headshot.
Oh, but it's 2 back. He's the other side.
Gets Team Spirit thinking for a second. I mean, they wanted to play rapid into that bomb site. They're met by some resistance. That's what you can't expect when you play so quickly. And so you almost pay the ultimate price.
This one's
Nima bu oyun Falcon'la? Nima bu oyun? Kanak oyun Kristoff'la.
There's your savior. A quad kill for Donk to recover after the double Desert Eagle shots out of Tessas.
Second one was jumping. Very nice round out of Tessas. Nice try, and you know, maybe that gets him back into the map. But what is the map right now? I mean, it's abysmal.
2 rounds from the loss here.
Yeah.
2 kills for Tessas.
Falcon Loz Dustem qiynaladi.
4 rounds with a pistol. What are we talking about here?
Dustem qiynaladi. Monik avfada.
Gotta get that engine going, Falcons.
Comeback bilam yo.
we end up seeing in the second half.
How many tack pauses are we getting so far?
I know Halley took one the moment Spirit lost the round.
Well, that's not even the guy I'm talking about.
But what a contrast. Up 7-3 and immediately calls one.
Absolutely.
Cara.
And look what it was worth, right?
Donc şuna pik yandaydı.
At the end of that first half, just for the road. Nico, back turn to him. Don't be the first casualty of round 16.
Olma.
Yes, sir. Star of the show. Turnir comes out from Squeaky with a double on his own.
It gets worse.
Sets the heavens ablaze. And Monik burns down by half health as he just commits himself to the back of this bomb site, but there's no real commitment on the other side.
He has to be a hero right now. What else is he going to do? Running in now, dropping on the floor. Unfortunately, it's the wrong risk to take. They're avoiding this entirely. Kioske, it can't be a cliff. Bullets into the railings, bullets between Monik's eyes, and Spirit are out here.
The time to kill right now on Spirit is spectacular. These headshots instantaneous. Straight frags, clean as you need them to be. And look at the map points they have at hand. This is not a game.
Yeah, this is, it's not even gotten started yet. We're getting no energy out of Falcons whatsoever. The 2 rounds they won were awesome. They seemed to be totally irrelevant at this point, especially not building any momentum off their pistol, not getting ending the last round, which is obviously an ace from Zwei. Basically everything Spirit need to like make sure that this is one-sided has happened for them.
I think a one-sided game as well.
I also don't like the 3rd round right after they're winning. They could have won that again. You know, they had another anti-eco, another anti-force buy to work, and they looked already really sloppy in that moment. And yeah, it didn't really get sloppier from there, but then they still just weren't as good as Spirit. So I feel like it's a combination of the nerves and the game plan. Unfortunately for Falcons, a lot to overcome now in this match.
Stuck behind the fire for the time being. Nico trying to take things into his own hand. He'll lose vision. Knows the targets are floating out there, but will be whittled away by Zwei.
Destroyed with that smoke.
And that's Zwei's 20th frag on Nuke already. 16 rounds into play. The 17th could still be his best yet.
I mean, this is zero communication now. He's just still up here on Silo. Was that even comped?
Feels like he can do whatever the hell he wants at the moment because the shots are backing up his decisions. Kicksand smoked off from outer.
Now they've already opened up their next idea. Now with 2 guys on the floor here for Falcons, they're gonna one last Hail Mary.
Trying to push, right? You've got to take something. You've got to get the game going.
That's a perfect spot to hold it from.
Yeah, it feels like they're being read like a book yet again. And if you don't bring down a single player,
so good.
You were never in this game. Falcons have had a critical error out of the
Açık
game in
böyle
this
bir sana
quarterfinals.
They've been absolutely skill checked, shaken to their core.
Every member of Team Spirit has had a moment where they can look back and say, yeah, what are the Falcons in comparison? You've got Donk right where he needs to be. You've got Zwei beyond his limits. And Kioske in an unwinnable 1 versus 5. Has been found out. Everybody's going to come and challenge because not only have Spirit just picked up the first map of this quarterfinals, but you have not put a dent in their confidence.
The worst part is Spirit didn't even have to try that hard. I barely got going talking about this match. Everything Spirit did was major playoffs quality. Everything Falcons did showed us that this is where the match matters the most for them. This is where the head-to-head before this match doesn't. And this is where they could be fully embarrassed on stage versus what would be one of their favorite opponents.
In one of the hottest quarterfinals of this event, anticipated to the max. At the moment, Falcons, nothing but a speed bump in the face of Team Spirit and Zwei.
Нихуя себе. Bir kişi gördüm mü?
You see the match. We see every restart behind it.
Oy.
You see lightning fast reflex.
Через 20 минут будет вторая карта.
Знаешь, что хочется? Вот, чтобы
За
Ванёка...
20 минут.
Вот
Просто в некоторых моментах так говорил, для некого, так сказать, конструктивного сюжета. Ну, вот.
20 minut bo'lsa, mana kecha $4 tushibdimi yo'qmi? Hali ham tushmagan. Nima uni? Смотреть подробности. Станет доступным в течение 15 часов. Qanaqa unik mana shuni plitaga. Wow. Horror mu? Biron bir mini igra yo'qmi? Mini o'yincha. Boshlangancha o'ynab tursak. Istanbul guys bor ekan. Istanbul guys. 2 GB. Sana kurayım. Давай. Atak tekin. Tortmaydımı deyman. Klava. O. Opa. Zamana. Dinozavr. Чего, блядь? Что за эта игра, блядь? My sexy nigga. О, осуждаю. Блядь. Осуждаю, блядь. Такие игры. Steam'ga qayerdan tushib qolaman? Menga rekomendatsiya bunaqa o'yinga. $1000. Ana shu o'yinga o'ynab ko'rish kerak. Arzonroq o'yin yo'qmi? Arzon. Arzon. $3. Машина olsam bilirsin.
But for him to be the hero today, for him to play his best map that I've ever seen him play for Spirit is just insane. Sure, like, the numbers might say he was better in some studio game. Given the context, this is the best game I have ever seen Zwei play in his life. It's got shades of Magic's back at Shanghai with how important it is and how unexpected it is.
Yeah, and it completely crumbled Falcons' game plan. He was their sole reason they could actually shut them down, make sure that they didn't get anything off of that T side. As you said, it looked ridiculous. It was almost like we were saying in the green room, is that Donk playing on Sway's PC? It was unbelievable performance. Multi-kill after multi-kill, and Falcons had no options.
Yeah, let's just dive into some of those Sway highlights straight off the bat, because as you said, Devil Walk, so many multi-kills, sometimes in back-to-back scenarios, and so mobile around the map as well. This was a masterclass coming out of Sway today.
Yeah, I think if we go into the rounds, is it round 3, I think? We're gonna see here just shutting them down in the door area, and I mean, the stability. It feels like they never really enter the site. So we take a look here. He gets this MP9. This is a really, really crucial round for them to actually gain that money control, to gain them some space and playground to actually play with. And, I mean, there's no trade potential even. Even when he gets mollied, he backs off, gets another. What can you do? Here's Sway again. I mean, take it away, Maui.
I mean, the ability that we saw in glimpses on Nemiga from Sway, all on display here. This is all of the potential that I've been waiting for such a long time. I don't even mind. Okay, sometimes I get fairly attributed to saying that this guy sucks or whatever, but no, I did say that for Zwei. I thought this guy was a bum. I thought this guy was a bum. I thought this guy had no place on Spirit whatsoever. But today, he obviously proved his value. The anchoring that he pulled off there was just something that Falcons clearly wanted to test in the beginning of this game. Like, A site has been a weak spot for Spirit on this map. Chopper and Zwei, like, I'm a feast on that bomb site, but when Zwei's playing like that, well, look who's feasting now.
And that's the thing, I don't blame Falcons for trying to exploit that weakness that we've seen time and time again, because you're totally right, Maui. It's something that we've seen just sadly attributed to Zwei, but not today for him.
I just feel like I have to apologize. we'll let the whole series play first out, but completely, to see what happens next. But no, I mean, the game plan was simple. They wanted to go for him in particular. We saw some of the ramp efforts, some of the outside yard efforts. I feel like Spirit were keyed into exactly how Falcons wanted to play this matchup.
Yeah, they were one step ahead. I liked what they did with the kind of the Donk Shiro do on the outside. They removed Donk very early game. They put Shiro also in that kind of under heaven spot, so he had very, very limited time on his rotations, so he could shut those early kind of pops down towards ramp. He was also very mobile towards that inner, so they did a great adjustment, Spirit. They kind of said, hey, they're not going to come yard. They're going to go inner, they're going to go ramp. Let's make sure that we shut this down early, and then we can move back to our original game plan and our original comfort with kind of breaking those nades once we kind of herd Falcons into that outer side area.
I feel like all the stats men, you know, on the forums, on Twitter and stuff, they'll be doing their homework right now. But surely this has to be like one of, if not the best map for Zwei in his career, right? And what a stage to be doing it on.
But it's also Spirit. I mean, Spirit, the team itself, going up against Falcons, the only map they've really won this year is a Mirage. Back in February, it's not even the same lineup. And you move into this, they've been destroyed on Nuke, they've been destroyed on Ancient, they've been destroyed on Dust 2, which has been their pick. And then to play a 13-4 with Donk doing, you know, really, really well. I mean, everyone on the server was exceptional on that Spirit side. And every single time in the past, Falcons had the upper edge. They've been the one with the prep work. They have been the ones that figured Spirit out. But this time around, completely different.
A couple months ago, Holly made the claim that, you know, I don't know CS, but I speak well. I mean, I think I should leave the CS to him, okay? Because on his most recent dream roster that he put together, which made the rounds on social media, he put Donk, he put Apex, he put Robs, he put Shiro, and then he included Zwei, and I was like, this guy, he does not know ball. Clearly, he just knows in big moments, this is what Zwei's built for.
It's insane. I mean, with the, you know, the miraculous, the unfathomable, of course comes the disaster for Falcons, right? We can praise Spirit all they want, incredibly well prepared for this one, but Zico said it, you know, he only had a couple of moments to be catching up with Zonic. He wanted to get straight back to the drawing board, reset going into map 2. Was it down to a simplistic game plan, as, you know, Zonic was highlighting via Stico in that moment?
I wouldn't necessarily attribute it just to having too simplistic of an approach. We saw multiple looks from Falcons as they were trying to test different types of points, or points of attack that is, against Spirit. And really, Spirit were just rotating well. They were a little bit more proactive with some of their lobby crunches, their rotations. I feel like anytime Falcons were trying to sneak down lower, usually Spirit, they broke the smokes a couple times. Then finally, when they lost sight of it, then they'd get the 1 or 2 guys rotating down into position. And so Spirit were just on the ball this time. Like, they do like to play a slightly more reactive style than I would prefer, but they still were able to get ahead of the plays so frequently from Falcons.
Yeah, but you could criticize them a little bit, especially when they go out lower, that they don't know how slow Spirit's rotation system is to that lower side. They usually try to gamble, make sure that
Necha mana o'yinchi o'ynab tursa qanday bo'lar ekan? 24 soatlik stream ko'rsada qilolmasam kerak a? Hoppa. Europa. Grafiki. Bu yine kota adam ya. Bu yine kota mı? Ona bakalım. Kartik bu onu, kartı ne mi? Boşlansa ayto'ringlar, kimdir bormi? Chatda. Falconlar. Falcon boşlansa ayto'ringlar. Agar ko'radiganlar bo'lsa. Qana buni nickini o'zgartirsa bo'ladi. Ha. Nima qo'yamiz? Ta-ta-ta. Loki. Loki. Naqa. To'g'ri. Давай, ishlaymiz. Klub bir nimalar, bular nima? Kluba. Falconlar boshlansa kimdir aytaversin? 2 kishi. 2 kishi ko'rib turibdi ekan. Бесплатный призи. Biz o'yinni boshlaymiz. Ketdi bitta katkadan keyin o'yinga qaytamiz. Opa. Qana o'ynardi? Kim bildir bilam. Mana sakra ekan. Probel. Menga podarkacha. Olay. Opa. Nima qiladi bu? Nima qiladi? O, yangi narsalar qo'shilibdi. Yaxshi. Opa. Opa, блядь. Opa. Podarkacha. Бля. Уже İki kişi girdi. Opa. 10 kişi, 2 kişi. Bananla da yurt bacalı. Hiç kim bilmeye mi? Falcon'la kaçan boşlansın. Hop böyle yangi zona. O, понятно. Ого. Опа, блин. Оп. Uçtum. Ye, shunaqa qilsam bo'lam. Voy. Voy. Necha kishi 6 kishi kir ekan. Brilliant. Oh. Qatta. Orqaga ketmayman. Блядь. Бля. Давай. Молодец. Bu qanaqa? Nima qilish kerak? Ne padaydi? Diskoteka. Понятно. Опа. Tushib ket. Qanaqadir qiyin zona ham bilam. Oy. И? В смысле? В смысле? Опа! Вы прошли. Опа! Look here. Qanday chiqib ketaman bu yoqdan? Ay. Chiqib ketishim kerak. Tak. Выход qani?
This one has much changed in terms of the sacrifices in some of the roles
Vaqtida kirimiz.
to give up for
Sal qol
coming
boshlanishi.
onto this particular
On the
map.
T side, yes, 100%. I wouldn't say there's any change on the CT side, mostly for Nico, but on T side, he's the upper dark player. And the amount of possibilities and opportunities you get as the upper B dark player is literally like zero.
It's just if they push you.
Yes, you're essentially just like a placeholder to make sure that you keep that map control. We've seen them switch it up a little bit more. He kind of follows Kyosuke into that lower area space a little bit more and kind of helps them, guides them to that short control and mid control. But there isn't really that much that he has to do in a default scenario.
Maui, we were going with Falcons prior to this series kicking off. This is your chance to have a bit of a flip-flop. Do you think it ends in 2 here?
Falconlar birovni uylab topadim bugun.
I don't flip-flop. I don't flip-flop, Freya. I'll stick with the Falcons in this one. I thought that they were going to be the favorites going into Dust 2 and Ancient. I am surprised by the fact that Spirit was able to take away Nuke so handily, but I think after this map we get a 1-1.
Well, handshakes are being cemented, which means one thing and one thing only. 9 times have Nico and Munisi bested Shiro and Donk. Does it end on the 10th?
Freya, it feels like it may end on the 10th because it feels like it barely got started in that last map of Nuke. We need to see a total turnaround of the Falcons right here, right now, or Budapest, your fourth quarterfinal is dead on arrival.
Yeah, what we hear in the crowd is it's people care more about Falcons. We see more fans, more boos, but everybody wants to know what Falcons are going to do here. They cannot skate by this result. It must be better on Dust 2 than it was on Nuke.
It has to be.
That
first map was an absolute non-factor. Everything goes to perfection for Team Spirit. I feel like even Spirit
short.
They signed up for a fight in this first game of playoffs.
Short
They didn't even get an ounce of it. We get smoke over top for this A-hit. 3 players behind that. They're going to go trickling down into the successful. The entries is Doc. It's a double P250. There's no fight
Falcons.
There's no resistance for this bomb plant. It is more of what we had on Nuke, folks.
It's going to be a lot to talk about on this game and this game plan, and obviously after watching Zwei play his best CS ever, it makes things a little more interesting. But here it's a T-side start for Spirit. Retakes coming in full force.
Just leaning back and allowing Falcons to sprint out into the open. That's 3 players. Full display. It's a shooting gallery and it's a slaughter. Falcons will find
Spirit yaxshi tayyorlanibdi.
Spirit do
Даже
this
мощно.
crawl up cat. It's door
Мощно.
smoke. It's no vision, so of course they could have done that. Spirit will do that on rifle rounds too. So it's not just a pistol that they've just tried this on, and you can see
Falcons yana
that Nico tried to
playoffga chiqib
It's not
ketmoqchimi.
something that you see very often.
Va bular faqat boshda yaxshi o'ynab oxirida o'ynolmaydi.
Shots, but once those are missed, it's over. And Tessus doesn't pick anything up either. He needed to get 2.
Tiltga tushmadi Nico.
Nico's none. Nico's coming off a bad map himself, and again, it's not something that I'm personally going to skate by. It's a major quarterfinal. It's a good matchup for them. It's everything in place to make this one a worthwhile run. Everything could be a total disaster in the next 30 minutes if they don't turn this ship around quickly. But last map they won a pistol and a conversion, and then they quickly fell off. Team Spirit start off now 1 up. They need an eco here, force down win for Falcons. Something to swing the momentum back, and that's the you know, there's double-edged swords, there's 2-sided swords. Falcons, when they don't, if the game plan's a little bit fishy, well, they have the egos that they can pull out. It's the Eagle players, it's the Scout players. That's part of what makes this team great as well. Sometimes they have to rely on those, and here's maybe a setup that looks great and has some force behind it.
No resistance offered up by Falcons, though. They're going to be content by the looks of things to just play in reaction to that utility. You know damn well Spirit are coming at this with the utility they need. Hell, even in the pistol, we saw that double smoke. So with a full buy behind it, what does Spirit bring to the table? Same 2 smokes. Opening for the drop down into CT spawn again. Falcons throw out that reaction wave of utility themselves, and now Monik just looking to go headhunting. We get that donk crawl from behind the smoke, shrouded by
Deagle da oynamasang Deagle naqvi kerak sallay.
Kyosuke. And now it's going to have to be the supportive elements of Team Spirit to try to pick this up. They go down into the 2 versus 3. Not ideal. Still the better guns. Oh, it's right there. Team Spirit, they try to extend into that bomb site, but a triple kill for Turnir is enough to convert it.
They get saved by Turnir. It's also a good round from Donk on his entries. Another couple of entries, in fact. So that's 2-0 to kick off. Funny because Turnir gets the open door to Heroic. That gets them a chance on Team Spirit. This is one of the teams that Falcons that took the core from to build the team that we see before us today.
Finalda Spirit görüşümüz mümkünmü?
It does put some emphasis on Falcons for people who are like, okay, we'll make this core worth it. I think they went the good approach of actually trying to go for getting a full core in the first place.
Tech9 only here for Chopper. Hang on, we've got a lower threat. Okay. Ooh, and that well-timed push from the USB. So in a round that you're not expecting much, because there isn't a lot here to work with, that threat still lingers down and lower. Found out and almost dealt with both.
Nimaga Kyosuke chiqib razmen qilib bermoq.
On that quarter HP, a frag grenade that's a bit too late, but a rotation that is well-timed. Kixan trying to lead this 3-player retake up from spawn. The climb over top is going to catch Shiro.
Kixan!
Now we've got that Donk 1v3.
Donk 2ga 1.
Worried about that threat from lower tunnels, but we know
Nimadir uylab topadimi? Kyosuke bilan Monisi.
around over towards the bomb site. Bomb clearly planted over
Monisi
here.
avtomat bo'ldi. Galil.
They wish they could find utility.
Still looming around. That 10-second defuse coming through. He's got him off it, but
Kyosuke. Yaxshi, birinchi round bor. Bitta round bor.
That was just everybody on the same page with a well-timed tunnels pinch.
That's beautiful. I mean, they take over tunnels. Chopper gets punished for taking.
Oh, Illuka Monsi.
Doesn't get his kill. And what is this 2K?
Sends Shiro
Kiksan yaxshi o'ynadi.
They narrowly avoided this result last round. Turnir with his 2K on the ramp, but now what happens? Falcons have even less to work with. It's ideas that win this round for Falcons. They get him into the game early.
Howie a little frustrated.
Yeah.
Gets that timeout, wants to talk instantly. No, that's
Cuber.
twice now.
Whoa, Shiro's got the op instantly.
Okay.
They got money for that.
Shiro AWP oldu, Monsi AWP oldu.
They lose one at the tail end. Instant pause called by Howie.
Falcon'la ko'proq ketada shot olish kerak. Bo'lmasa qiynaladi. Atak dasta terrorlarda emoshisi ko'proq.
You know, to be fair, it was hard to figure out exactly when was too late. Like when it was wrong.
Spirit
it was sort of just falling apart so quickly, it didn't even really feel like it. But
I feel like when you've got 3 pauses, though, you can take one when it maybe isn't the perfect moment.
Opa, Nico.
Clearly, things could change here on Dust 2. We were hoping for an early answer out of Falcons, and it seems like we've got one. Again, mostly USPs.
Nico'da avtomat yo'q, Nico avtomat qidiryapti.
You mentioned that op that Shiro comes into the round with.
Nico avtomat oldu. Kalash oldu. Avtomat.
There's only one player on Spirit that's got an op ace so far this major. I'd like to see him use the gun.
You know, I don't even think we said Shiro's name back in map 1. Wasn't even necessary.
Yeah, they didn't even push him. They didn't push him hard enough to get there. Yeah. But this is a very good kill for Falcons. They take Shiro out. This is a huge threat. They're probably like, well, how does he even have an op right now?
Sangle's being held by Monacy, so you got to be careful with that walkout middle. Not to mention Nico pressing himself into the cat hold. Monacy gives up his lower spot. There's that slight cap out mid doors right now, but Team Spirit aren't capitalizing on it. Good flash in. Monacy
Flash. Yaxshi, Nico. Nico qaytdi.
I think there's almost no one. I don't think there's anyone better at timing grenades, placing grenades from spawn to cat.
Oh, Monacy.
Just a little tease from the catwalk. 30 seconds. There's a chance Zway tries to come in with the split. It's him versus Tessas queued up over towards long. There's also a lot to save here in this moment.
It's a good point. It doesn't seem like they're going to try this. The op and play.
All right,
just,
walk away, huh?
It's the smart idea. It's not the
Nima qilishmoqchi? Safe qilishmoqchi.
Which again, such a surprise to pull out after losing that last round.
Конечно.
So they go for 2 pick plays. They get shut down. Stabilize.
Kalashlar yo'qotgisi kelmaydi, конечно.
You know, up against G2 in that stage 3 2-2 match, we had a lot of X factor coming out of Monacy. Just, you know, those bogus moments. The X factor plays, and I think that a round like that early on this one could definitely take you back into that not so far gone memory.
Oh, Nico.
You know, Nuke, they didn't even fight.
No, they didn't.
They limped into that server.
Yaxshi.
And hope now to steal away Team Spirit's map pick. And I think the confidence earned in that first map is why Team Spirit came in with another force, that op immediately for Shiro. We'll see if they can get anything going with it this time. It's a pretty comparable buy to the 1 round prior. And Monacy floating on his own right now.
Never seen anyone actually get punished off that jump spot or the boost that they're going to assemble. It always comes in a little later. And by the time it gets set up, CT's already worried about a mid-crawl down. There doesn't necessarily need to be a next move here for Falcons. It really is on Spirit to be like, all right, here's how this is going to go. We see there's 3 pistols for them to use.
It's open space to be taken. Better be careful. If Donk finds a headshot here, then
watch for Nico's nades.
There's going to be a flood of players right behind it. He'll get through the edge of that.
Monacy.
Nico emerging up from spawn.
Monacy. Nico.
There's Nico's headshot. It's a total stop.
Nico. Monacy ikkalasi. Birinchi karta tugaganda bir-biriga qarab yaxshigina kulib qo'yishgandi. Monacy.
He's got really good rhythm on this map, and it's the place where you can overfill
pistolet bilan qo'ygan. Alpini qayerda edi? Safe qilib bilam.
And I think it's where Nico shows off.
Opa.
So between him and Monacy, that's a lockdown. Not even past the doormat on Cat.
Yes, sir. Well, it's a glimmer of hope for the Falcons fans.
Monacy. Opa.
No missed opportunity here by Monacy. Nico even being
brave
to walk up to those fires just to make sure.
Nico yaxshi o'ynadi bugun. Ay, mana shu
Here's
endi.
your reward, Falcons. Not only sitting pretty 3-2 early on Dust 2, but versus Pistols. And again,
Monacy longdagi o'yinchini olib ketdi.
Starting to find, I think, his groove, his game.
Oldirib qo'yaylik. Opa, Kiksan ketdi. Donk, Yosuke.
That first shot right between the eyes. It's eliciting the utility here for the Falcons who don't know where that bomb actually sits. And we'll see Shiro start to push out long doors simultaneous as Donk's still just avoiding the utility, taking all of this attention, and then that fight over towards long is going to start to draw Falcons back. There is a world where they miss their rotation, but Qilamiz got this B site under lock, and
Opa. Falcon.
That bodes well for the Falcons.
Yaxshi comeback qilishdi.
It's a nice entrance from Donk, and it amounted to having a termite in the floorboards there. It was a little bit annoying. They eventually could deal with it, but no issue, no bomb plant. With the opening kill from Monacy, him getting into the flow of things too, that's nice. But this isn't a full investment round for Team Spirit.
I think the odds from our partner were something like 6-1 at the start of this. Just off of the confident map 1 win, Spirit still hanging on to it, but it feels like the room can feel the shift. It's early days and there's plenty of times for Falcons to fumble. Don't get that wrong. But after Nuke, it felt like they may not even give us a pulse in this quarters. Fight towards door.
Test slår.
The Falcons way each and every time. We've seen Monacy start rounds, but for the time being, he'll
Monacy yo'qdan bu yoqqa o'tib, hamma yo'ldan kelyapti. Nima qilyapti?
They're not even going to test them. But right now, I mean, they got the map cracked. If this ends up being a mid B, this is going to be a little blood on the hands of this Falcons setup. I mean, this is a huge lead. I mean,
there's activity from Tesses though. He's starting to push out doors.
This is a full B mid B split coming in. Kicksan's probably the one saying, "Hey, leave me alone. I got it. It's fine." And
what's that?
I don't know.
Team Spirit
Shiron oladimi?
out middle, and that's not going to block off Monacy's angle from ramp, and then cues up Tesses on the flank.
Oh.
It's a much-needed trade out of Shiro at least, but you know the plan has been found out.
This is interesting though, because I still don't know there was 3 here, but it's Nico who's actually
Donk,
changing it
Nico.
up. He's going to be walking over towards B, but
I mean, all while you stare at this smoke, if you're the Falcons, you're thinking, what the hell is this?
right
And
here's Donk's kryptonite versus Donk out mid.
it's a 1v1 locked in as everybody else from Spirit just look to test Kicksan's
There's only
metal.
15 seconds actually,
You've
Spirit.
got to get this going. That bomb sits amidst this 3-player pack down to 10 seconds. Nico's got his
Nico yuguradi, o'zi Donk orqadan o'tadi.
Kicksan from the corner has got the element of surprise. And this is Spirit.
Yaxshi, Nico.
What was that?
Falling to the clock. And a singular kill here for Team Spirit.
I mean, you don't have to split atoms to figure out how to do a B split on
Only
time.
be
That
mocked.
was really strange out of Spirit. Suddenly looking like Falcons felt back on Nuke
Bro,
here early into the half.
How did that miss smoke in middle as well?
Yeah, this was a layup actually. I mean, they had Kicksan alone. They were about to mid B. They missed a mid B smoke, presumably. They don't get their kills in time. They could have just continued with the split anyways, and actually still had a pretty good shot of getting that. Donk had lots of time to take out Nico. Instead, Donk is not really useful. He's there waiting in mid. His teammates are entering too slowly because usually Donk makes a mile of space
YANGI
within a moment.
Ishi yopish.
Without Donk at the tip of the spear.
Mid yopish degani. Eshik. Opa,
I don't
iyilik
want
2
to
minus.
tell Falcons that you're feeling it too, especially not after you're the team to have the first word back on Nuke.
Donk. Yana.
But this is what it is. It is the major. We'll see it in moments like that.
Mid B smoke goes down. Still a trio of smoke grenades here for Team Spirit as well, so we'll see what Spirit want to play with in the end. Perhaps a misdirection. 45 seconds and Monis's op gets pulled back to the corner.
If you're going to take a long to do your
Monisi
default
joy'du.
you got to justify it.
They're going to have to come out of these smokes flying with Tech 9s. Smoke goes down towards middle. Sway's trying to play ahead of that. Gets on the edge of the window to take a look at mid, but you can start to see the A defenders also worried. And that's where Donk comes
Donk. Monisi de ult bitti. Ah be.
just pistols. Irretrievable gun as well, so why would Falcons lose this, you'd think? Good rifle work between these 8 defenders, but just enough pistol prowess for Team Spirit to put that bomb down. Now we're talking about guns. Donk
Nima getis kurqdi. Eko roundda yutqazsa.
That's a triple. Come on! That is Donk! And that is what happens if the Falcons give them just enough space.
It's like driving
Spirit Eko roundda Falcon ult yap. Eko.
And now Hallie just gets involved. He's here to build
Oh.
off the back of
Falcon da ikna uppe.
We're seeing Zonic talk too. This is
Kiyosuke wa Monisi ile.
It felt like they were totally absent-minded last round. Suddenly they get this out of Donk, and he's the one guy who's never sleepy. He's the one guy who will just no matter what give you those moments over and over again. He's the guy who has impossible stats and impossible rounds in the biggest games.
Eko round yutganda olti uçuyorlardı.
That's Monisi taking one shot at nothing.
Просто Deagle'la kırıp ult yiyip.
And get a
Onu.
4K.
Also, Donk just getting enough damage on Tessas as he tries to snap that M4 down on the ramp retake.
Falcon'da küp Katolik.
Fight to the top of ramp, but yeah, that's the Donk effect, folks.
Don't let that be
Bomba
the way
BG.
in. Kioske on and up. Love to see it.
At least this time, it is that instant timeout from Sonic, but you also open the door for Hallie, like you said, to pile on.
If you're going to save timeouts for moments like that, I think that makes sense.
Sure.
Yeah.
And maybe if you're playing versus Donk, you know they're going to come.
So if you don't get 3.5 anyways, you were never going to win. So
it's a reminder to the Falcons as to what is up against them tonight.
the mental game, that's everything.
We felt Spirit's wrath on Nuke.
Wow.
There's no denying that this Dust 2 game is probably already starting to feel better, but if you're not careful, Team Spirit will break through this CT side, put you back down into the saves, and even maybe run away with a lead. So we are at a critical turning point for Spirit.
That's
maybe.
That's such a big smoke break from, or block from Nico. He can watch it from so far back. They just have guaranteed info, so Cat is guarded for the moment.
Sessiz bu sefer bildirmedi özünü. Ya yo bildirdi уже. Smoke taşıp.
He doesn't have the utility. He doesn't have the HEs to actually punish the Cat play. It's gonna have to be firepower.
Kept so much cash though still. Flash by Tess's point blank spray down. I mean that is
that's so good.
Sessiz. Monisi.
Shiro's killed Kicksan on the crossback for B. Nico wants to be the hero, but there's players all around him.
Tactics do not get better than that, Shiro.
Falcons.
Tess's has position inside of the smoke. Both flashes hitting
to perfection.
By the way, Turnir not peeking off the first one because Tessis has no other targets. If he holds mouse one down, he still dies. He still gets that kill versus Turnir.
And you saw how close Tessis is on that smoke as well. Feels like if you try to break through on the flash, there's no way you don't get mowed down.
It was a call out, a counter play.
And that's the
threat. That's the Hallie pause.
There you have
That's the Hallie pause.
Both coaches talk at the same time. Gonna be able to save that AWP, so Team Spirit cut that lead down to 1. Now Falcons did have a lot of money still left. Visor inbound, but it feels like so is Donk. 14 kills, 6 deaths, critical entries off of that catwalk. You know, we go back to Nuke, we talk about Sway's most impactful map of his career, and he deserves his flowers there. But now we're back to what works for Spirit versus so many other teams. Just Donk at the top of the board, damn near doing it on his own.
That was so sexy, man, out of Team Spirit right there. Shiro's timing, Turnir's patience and composure.
Donk biz
Water into wine right here.
It's $2,900 left by Nico.
The other half of that though is because they won with that tempo. Falcons didn't have the money to stop the kid. They didn't give Nico the utility to allow him to stop that cat push on the other side of it. They could lose one player and still survive, but instead it's a board wipe.
Because he had like $7,000 still.
Maybe he dropped and that's why. Oh, he had that money left over.
So much money still for Falcons.
Maybe.
They had full cash, full economy.
That's actually strange. Didn't get back to his utility and spawn. Monacy, nice push.
Monacy.
That's what we're talking about. Falcons making an active move into the tunnels, and that's a total reposition of Monacy as well. So you never expect it if you're Spirit. Those flashbangs find Spirit lingering out through those smoke grenades, but they do jump back into their cover.
Oh,
great
Shiro.
That is Shiro finding the head-to-head duel over Monacy. It's one op kill per team so far in the 10th. 50 seconds to this clock.
Taking out Monacy, you really want to go cat now.
Monacy yok.
It's 4 strong for Spirit.
Nico.
Waiting for the flash, waiting for the util to come
Nico.
over, waiting for some chance of a and instead Donk is ready for that challenge.
Donk'tan yutqazar Nico.
And this M4 still challenges, but Donk
No
is
da.
Yeah, there's threats everywhere. Donk with 21 HP.
Bicho,
Picks up another
bicho.
kill to walk back for Kickstand. No chance to defend this. They cover from Shiro. And I honestly think, you know, we've seen great moments from Monacy in all the head-to-heads versus Team Spirit. The fact that he can peek into Shiro, take him out constantly is actually one of the things no other operators can do right now. And this is just a key find.
We've seen that replay, right? The shadow advantage. Like Monacy just kind of letting Shiro know it's inbound. Down goes Kickstand. So no save allowed. Triple kill here for Donk. And Team Spirit do seize that moment to tie this game at 5.
They kept trying to earn back their peak, to be fair, with the flashes when they're coming into mid. Because you can peek left side mid, as long as you throw something to try to make sure that you can get on the line first, right? Put the rook on the file, but Yashiro also set up a dodge flash peek back into the door right before Monacy did. It's 5-5.
It's a 4 versus 5 man disadvantage. Not holding Spirit back, right? We had that Monacy quick peek up into the tunnels. It was just nice to see something fresh from the Falcons trying to move that op around.
Both these teams have shown signs of nervousness and have both given up a force buy to the other. This leaves us tied and the most interesting result possible. Let's see who wins the half.
Keep eyes on Nico. Use that bit of extra money to come into this one for that mark. And Monacy, the player that's boosting him up right now, also has armor. So in the world where Nico loses his head to this, that M4 drops into Monacy.
Qani Falcon'la. Eko roundda olib ketib bilan. O, Nico. Donk da oldi yaxshi bilgani. Favorit. O'yinchini. Bitta bombalarga uchib yuribdi. Nico bilan Donk yurgandan keyin paydo bo'ladi yo qanaqadir qiyin raundlarda paydo bo'ladi Nico.
I think that really indicates that M4 is trying to get over to the B bomb site. Backs turned.
Opa! Eko roundda birga bir.
Man, I mean, both teams, they've had moments here where they're like, okay, this could have
Spirit
been
ham Eko round oluvdi endi. Falcons Eko
round with nothing to work with. A great tactic. Back to Falcons this time
Opa.
after losing the last round. Nico, amazing value with that M4, and again, one smoke to make it a 5v4, and then to have Spirit look lost and wandering.
Donk.
Not the first time either Tessas gets away with that long push.
6-5.
Good to see Zonic getting involved. A lot more active.
Yetti qilsa. Oho, ikkalasidan bayram. Yaxshi.
What Ali did and Robin off of the opponent coach call.
Ikkalasini Kubay.
The moment Team Spirit touched that lead, ripped back away from
6-6 bilan. Bila. Maduylaymiz. Maduylaysizlar. Hech chatda hech kim yo'q ekan. Kimga shah qilamanman? Faqat chaqir qilib.
Responses, he put himself on A lot of the good, you know, at those opportune moments, even on that eco, playing the rest of the map very well. There's a chance to take out Shiro actually right there.
It's a head-to-head that used to be so skewed. Nico over Donk.
Yeah, and now that's not as much of a focus, but it's like the team doesn't lose still, so it's still, he likes playing versus, he doesn't get the hype.
Nico brought his little brothers to the fist fight. Nobody has stopped Donk individually this map. 17-7 coming into the last round. And Shiro's still on the hunt for this mid-fight. They're going to try to flash a player out.
Oh, he's kind of stuck.
Shiro ready to hold that.
Donk
down to the favor favor of Spirit, but you've got to keep your head low. That coverage over top of the Xbox gets Kicksan and straight frag back, and these flashes, that is pressure. But in pressure is alternative routes, and within that, Team Spirit take this step towards long.
Yaxshi, Falcons.
If they want to walk back to Cat, they can, but they have Tess already dropped into CT.
At least he has his smoke ahead of him as well.
Donk o'ylarsa bo'ldi, qara. Donk o'yladi, уже yaxshigina bular yutishi imkoniyat bor. Donk o'lmadi, Donk nimadirlar qilib round oladi.
Executes Turnir.
So he's playing this really slowly, but there is a push coming off of Cat. He could have a couple targets coming his way.
And if he gets these kills, then Tessas is going to have his hands full back at that bomb site.
Now they can kind of...
Peeks out with a Molotov in hand. Didn't expect that second player. And so it's going to start to feel like yet another round for Team Spirit's attack is fizzling out to the clock. 15 seconds to try to cross, to try to plant bomb. 10 seconds. And you need to desperately climb up and over, and you're not going to get a single foot across this gap. This is not the first time that Team Spirit lose a round to the clock. Add to that the single M4 round for the Falcons. And Budapest, I think we may have a quarterfinals.
Niko bir qarasa yaxshi o'ynaydi, bir qarasa yaxshi o'ynayolmaydi. Nestabilniy. Nestabilniy игрок. Falconlar faqat terrorda faqat rush qilib o'ynama, push qilib. Plus V yuguradi, keyin o'lib ketadi Falconlar terrorda. Sekin. Fake bilan. O'zim trener bo'lishim kerak edi. Falconlar bugun terlaydi. Por santo. Niko stabilno o'ynab tursa, yaxshi. Qanaqadir qiyin vaziyatlarda Niko o'ynab qolsa, bilmadim. Stabilno o'ynash kerak-da. Oxirgi raundlarda o'ynaydi Niko. Hozir 12-10 bo'lsa, o'sha payt 12-0 o'ltirgan bo'lsa, o'sha payt o'ynaydi. Ungacha bo'ladi, nima qiladi?
And that gives you a reason to believe in the Falcons when it comes to Dust 2, does it not?
Absolutely, especially with the CT side, or excuse me, with Falcons T side coming up. There's extra pressure on Team Spirit.
Falcons T.
That Zwei had made a massive progress on Nuke. He was showing signs of doing better on that position specifically.
Terror.
But here on Dust 2 CT side, he gets bullied and beat. Falcons are one of the perpetrators of that.
Yaxshi, Don ketdi.
There are going to have to be some answers here.
Yaxshi. 5-3 round.
Team Spirit to try to take that charge towards middle. You know what you're signing up for. It's just the fact you go down with nothing. You could be making this path to a recovery on Dust 2 all the longer, or just feeding momentum to Falcons.
So he's given the keys to peek. It looks like Palm Tree Flash will come out. Let's see if he can get anything.
So he finds that one kill. Try So Shiro's dual Berettas never needed, never called upon, didn't have a target to shoot at this entire pistol. And so Falcons extend this lead on the T side. And, you know, star of the show back on Nuke. We thought ourselves
Niko. Nikani shuni stabil o'ynab tursa, chotga. Niko comeback face to face. Face'ga qaytdi. Face komandasi. Face komandasida nima bor?
He's the kind of player, you know, he had all the space in the world when he's on Amiga.
Monsi bilan yaxshi o'ynashib.
He shows that he can't really do the supporting as well as he can do the star
Stay in
stuff.
the game, guys. It's fucking need to bring energy now, okay? Every round is fucking important. Come on.
We got some good
Come
work
on.
out of Nico.
Yes,
when they beat G2, it was on
Nico.
this map. It was a 5-round comeback on Dust 2 as well. They stared death in the face, and so I think they've
Nico'ning
got a
gapini
relationship with this
eshitdingizlar?
map at the moment. But yes, but we're continuing to switch. The days go by, can Sway play with little space? You think support's an easier role? It's not. It's harder. You get less shine. You have to help people more. You have to be more aware of your radar and utility, and you get less chances to kill. But that means you always got to stay hot, and that's what he struggles with. When he can move around a lot like a star player, he can take a lot of peeks, then he gets kills. But as an anchor, you can't.
Uch kishi bega.
You can't just swing
Qimirladi.
everything. You can't play for yourself all the time. So we'll see if he can operate.
Aula shortdan kirmoqchi. Donk. Oh.
Right now, Spirit
Donk chiqib o'ldira.
map win streak on Dust 2. Their last loss, obviously, was to Falcons in overtime.
Plus ve yuguramiz ular. Falconlar.
Quiet walk up behind this. Donk here tries to put a smoke in front of them. Mac 10 is getting around the corner. Donk dives down into the cover of the smoke. And that's going to give space over to the Falcons, you think. He climbs right back up. You thought Donk was going to run away from a gunfight.
Faqat Donk o'lgan. 3ga 4 round.
And Turnir still leaning back, has done a good job of slowing this down.
Nico gets this.
Zверх ketdi. Monusi oladi. Monus.
Oh, is it?
Oh. Monusi oldi. Nice.
Cover. Not only does Donk find one of those frags, but
Chopper
he
throws
the bomb into the bear cave.
That was a testy moment.
Biron bir avtomat topsa save qiladi.
The bomb will fly
Pistolet save
forward, but
qiladi.
totally saved position here for Falcons.
Monusi yo'qdi, check qilaman yo'qmi?
This is actually one of the most lopsided sides
Down.
for Team Spirit. They get 60% of the rounds
Check
on the
qiladi.
side, despite this issue with Way. Why that happens, I think, is they really lean heavily on that side of the map. 2-3 guys sometimes to try to make sure the mid-Bs are reinforced. That side being less retakeable makes perfect sense. But Falcons still put themselves in the perfect position to punish with this lead.
Having to give over double digits off that one.
3 kishi midda.
Hear the murmur of Falcons' belief reverberate through the arena.
Aga bir kishi chop berdi o'zi.
Didn't feel like there was
4 kishi bildi.
of a pulse in the playoffs
Spirit'te.
whatsoever. But again, there's going to be a
Spirit
certain tenderness, I
o'ylayapti.
think, the Falcons throughout the
Oh.
remainder of this map as well.
Spirit
Nuke is
qaytdi,
still in
Donk
the back of
qaytdi.
their minds.
Donk bilan Turnir.
Getting a chance to flex over top of this one, Team Spirit. Banking on a Deagle heroic.
Ну, long push qilsa ham bo'la.
Not even in the right position. Falcons going to take this fight.
O'sha Aga 2 kishi bordi. Atak B'ga astagina qaytsa ham bo'la.
Right there alongside Monacy, top of the board. You know, we've always kind of prefaced that when it comes to the Falcons and when it comes to Nico, when Nico speaks, you listen.
Shiro bilan Turnir
Still
shortda.
of himself, his frustrations in those tough rounds, those nail
O'sha Aga, o'sha hammalari.
I feel like that's something that he's really shed so far in Budapest.
Hoppa.
I think it goes in.
Kalla qo'ydi.
G2 to qualify for the playoffs.
Good block, actually.
Is it enough?
Ikkita smoke tashishga majbur qildi. Donk.
Remember, 5-7 on Turnir is also within this bomb site, but there's so many bodies here for Falcons. Their utility should
Donk.
unrooted this defense. Instead, it is 2 headshots that come out from the defenders.
Tesis!
And that's what you're banking on, right? Reliable pieces for the Falcons.
It's a big
Nimalar qilib tashadi o'zi Tesis?
Took a long time to get on the server back on Nuke.
If he ever did.
Nico bilan Tesis.
5-10. couple mistakes away from making up entirely for the disaster that was Noob.
Spirit by
Stealing back a map pick, you know, in a series where technically that doesn't matter as much for Spirit because they always lose 2-0. But in a game where specifically Spirit somehow steal Nuke, that was very unlikely. This will zero out. This will zero out everything. Our expectations, I feel like it'll sort of cleanse the emotions.
1, 2, 3.
Maybe even puts it back on
Yaxşı.
a little bit. Because they got a half from Donk that, with a little bit of extra supports, they could have definitely turned that into a 7-5 half themselves. He was outstanding, still is.
Before we finish writing this obituary, let's see if guns make a difference for Team Spirit CT side.
Qara, Spirit in the longda, bomba bilan Falcon B'ga. B'da bir kishi. Oh. Spirit uyquya olmayapti. Midga Chopper. No atak. B'ga push qo'rsam bo'la. Ba'da bir kishi bor. Yo'q, short ketadim. La, bular nima qilmoqchi? Yo'q, B'ga kirmoqchi.
Here comes the execute into a B site. Zway's going to be under pressure. We talked about pressure on this end. Is one going to be enough? No, doesn't feel like it. Not with this much demand and retake of a B site.
You know what, though? You know what? This is one where you could say, like, you know, Zway, we need 2 from you, but also, like, you got to help him a little bit.
Sure.
It's still just 2. You can't just hold this site alone. If you're not going for a retake now, what are you going to do, Spirit?
Feels like they're trying to take a look at this. You've got Nico pressed up against
Nico'nun joyi yonmadi.
I don't know. That was a very weird play.
Just an underhanded piece of utility, a single
4ga 4 raundda safe'ga ketadi Spirit. Safe'ga ketmasa ham bo'lmasdi. Avtomat kerak.
It wasn't a good first half from Zway, but I really don't put that fully on him. He started in B alone at the beginning of this round. This exact came
Go save it. Go save it. Chopper.
And no one came to assist. If you got a spot like that, you might as well be playing retake so he could get a kill. If he was in window and got a frag and got out of the window so it's not a bid B split, they can actually retake. But you can't just expect an unsupported anchor in a small site to get 2 kills for you versus 5. It's just not reasonable. So don't like that Spirit setup at all. Falcons picked the right point of attack, but coming into this matchup, we knew it was going to be a lot of B hits from Falcons.
The first real full-blown execute goes swimmingly.
They like going into Zway, and even when Spirit have overstacked the site, they've had success.
It's again a situation where his closest support is Shiro, who's a little too preoccupied. Falcons are going to come at this again. Zway right ahead of the execute, mows down just the one. It's a lot of damage though. This time
Shiro Nikon oldu. Vay, Monisi. Monisi bombada öldü. Be xato.
Yeah, as long as you're a shout away and not a telephone call, you can help, right? Ciro's nade and off shot through the door, like that actually keeps hope alive. It's a bit better than last round. 2-on-4 now. Let's see if Falcons can make it ugly.
May not be as easy as Falcons were going to hope to find this B bomb site in consecutive hits. Double man advantage. Kicksan sitting on 40 health, and that goes the last piece of utility that the attackers have to keep Team Spirit at bay. Splitting up, but still for the time being met by smokes. That bomb is already down to 25 seconds. And so as they press these AKs up against the wall, what's the timing look like here? Who comes at this fight first? Well, Shiro's gonna get the first servings. And Testes with his 100 health is now gonna have to keep his head on a swivel. Not gonna happen. Donk emerges from the doorway, and the efforts of Zway, coupled with Shiro, are enough for that retake to come through.
Real simple here for Spirit to play containment. They know they have a huge advantage, and they limit the damages heavily. I mean, 2v4, retake's probably going to take place, yeah, but also those 2 players, they could easily get 2 kills and then slowly win the round. So really important. I mean, Zway, again, responsibility on his shoulders, but he he actually handles it quite well. Gets a kill despite, I think, getting tagged first. Then some extra spray damage. Then Shiro's there in time to help him. Falcons wanted that to end in B. It doesn't end that early.
That's Shiro with the op shot and then with the frag grenade.
Yok,
right?
timeout olmadı.
Perfect pieces to what was still a scrambled rotation, but one that's close enough. That's a setup that they can bank on. But it also, again, tethers off of the success from Sway, so we'll give him credit where it's due.
Yeah, big time. And again, so far, the only criticism is, can you just help him more?
Agar Falcon şu roundda yutqazsa o'zi
There's gotta be
Eko
something
bölüp
about-
yana
I don't know,
yutqazishi
Red's kind of
mumkin.
vocal about this. They're really confident it's going to be A. Let's see if Falcons end up giving them the round they're looking for. What have the demos shown you?
Dog staring in the corner just next to Pitts, banking off Shiro holding the doorway. So there's a lot of pressure coming towards Long. And honestly, it's the right pieces in position here for Spirit. But Kyosuke's got that opening kill towards Chopper. That puts a bit the site itself. Fine. Donk collects the frag onto Nico. You get this off walking out towards
Shiro monusi dolle. Shiro prime'dami?
But Shiro has a confident set of helping hands on both sides of this map.
Nice round, Shiro. Those are delectable op shots.
Shiro
Single
round
scope,
oldu fakat.
Easy control of the situation. And it looks like the read does pay off. What did they know? They probably got a little scared when they see Donk at Long, Chopper at Goose, or wherever he was on the A side. Even though they kill him, they go, wait, how many people are here? 7-11 now, and a chance for Team Spirit to get back into this game and stabilize with an
No, da.
That was quizzical.
Monusi nimadir uylab topadimi? Yo'qmi? Eko roundda. Kyosuke'ni.
Just talking things through. Not expecting Turnir to be ahead of that smoke grenade, but again with Glocks, you saw Nico just sit
8-11 bo'ladi.
We got a bit of a powwow here. Falcons know that just 2 more rounds and you can go ahead and look at Ancient. But Team Spirit are still within the realm of possibility of 4-round difference when you've got Donk playing as well as he has since the get-go, when you've got Zway showing improvement over towards platform, and on top of that, Shiro's off shot's not missing. Point to a reason why Team Spirit couldn't still win this.
It looks like they waited for that round, go back to this one, and this is what I want to see on the mini-map. Donk with ants in his pants, running back and forth between the window and the tunnel, just actively supporting Zway in the spot.
Shiro kicksan. Bitta ol. Ha, Nico oldu bari bu bittasini.
3 rounds the gap, as Falcons have still yet to hit that all-elusive, all-important 12th round.
You're not there until you're there. With this
time out.
Down, full buy in place. Are they doing some math here if they need an op or not?
I mean, these are the moments where I think Sonic is trying to hold these pauses for, right? This is his pause, while Halley has none remaining, and Falcons still have 1 more to use. If this gets even closer,
I'll say this again, there's only 1 player on Spirit that has gotten an off ace, and he's gotten off this round.
Okay, double sniper coming up from Team Spirit late in this CT side.
That's the perfect thing to do, but there's still a gap in a comeback. You don't have to spoil all your, you don't have to give up all your ideas as you make your way back into the game. It actually, it's the perfect way to catch a team off guard who's just looking for 1 more round, who might try to do a walkout somewhere. And then when you eventually do lose, you can go back to rifles, and it's a change up instantly. So, see the
Monusi ketdi sразу birinchi round sразу boshlangandan.
And be careful, be wary about going too slowly. You walk into 1 op or 2. Shiro's coming. Shiro's right here.
Fish chance. They're going to try to dive that. You've got that ramp support chucking out utility already. 2 Falcons players ahead of this pack. And so is Turnir's recall.
Honestly.
Shots as clean as it needed to be.
Nico coming in late.
Now all of a sudden you've got 1 locked into the Gandalf. Nico's got his kill over towards
Nico spray qildi, o'xshadi. Kyosuke. 2-2. Donk taupe.
That could have been it.
It's Tessa sitting still over towards the elbow, waiting for the next fight, but he's kind of
Shortga qaramaydim bular.
Donk is coming into this, and as he steps forward over top of those stairs,
They had him in from both sides.
That's gonna lock in Nico. Eyes set to the bomb site. He knows where these pieces are. He's gonna take a step into the off. That's a missed shot by Donk. And as he goes for the headshot, Nico. Oh!
Nico Donk doldi. Chopper bilan Nico. Va, Chopper olib ketdi Nikoni. Yaxshi. Nico oxirida bunaqa o'ynamadi.
Chance to take out Donk inside of middle. They re-meet over here in this 1v2. And he nearly gets a second chance to be the hero. So close, but he's also aware of his own health. Ooh, that's a frustrating moment, but to be honest for TSS, the way that Spirit came in from both sides, he'd have to get very lucky to have found a way out of that. Whoa, close rounds, close game now.
Now you've got Falcons in a difficult spot. They jump into this one, Kevlar, pistols, just enough utility to try to come at the game with a plan. And remember, there is still one timeout for Zonic within regulation. One last chance in the face of a very real team.
12-chi raund ololmay ketsa Falcons. Hozir 11-5 danmi, 11-6 dan bular 11-6 danmi, 11-5 dan bular comeback qilgan bular.
And again, it's a more standard lay of the map here where Donk is helping out Sway. It feels like we're going back a few rounds now to where Falcons really enjoy trying to go for the B hits.
Sure.
Falcons Spirit ekonomikasini buzolmadi baribir.
He may need help in this next one because we've got two players for Falcons set up for the mid push. Again, it's low utility, but it is enough.
Bitta round olib bilsa buzib bilishi mumkin. Atak.
They need Donk to make a mistake. They need him blind.
Got Molotov smokes burning on both sides of the tunnels.
Oh my god.
Chopper trying to press his luck, but instead it's Kyosuke with the opening.
Chopper.
Donk is locked into the car. Sway does his job over towards tunnels, at least to kick this off. And Donk and Sway do enough. That's 3 kills between them, and the pace of Team Falcons out from middle gets nothing in the end. Total stoppage as Team Spirit cut this game down to a single round the difference.
Sway does not let go of his grip on that site. Looked good. It's 3K. Yes, it's
Spirit jo'ski comeback qilmoqda.
At this side of the map is going to get tested. It's going to get potentially abused. These are moments that need to be celebrated for Zway. Didn't have to be Donk as the hero. 5-round comeback. And this was a done deal for Falcons. This is what Falcons wanted to try to show us.
5-chi rounddan comeback qilgan Spirit.
So no matter what happens now, Spirit leave this map with some dignity. But I'm honestly wondering, are we going to get 3?
11-5 dan даже.
We haven't got a response from Falcons in quite some time.
Post that victory versus G2, Nico said that a game like that versus G2 that pushed Falcons to the limits was exactly what they needed heading into playoffs, that it was going to make them better once they hit the big stage. And it feels like this exact kind of moment was what he was alluding to. When the pressure was on, when the comeback is real, when heartbreak feels like it has haunted you again, this has to be that moment.
Falcon nima qiladi endi oxirgi raundda? Oxirgi emas. Agar shu raundni yutqazsa o'sha GG.
And they are just leaning back, letting Spirit make these moves.
Kills everything. Info here for Nico.
Right on the edge.
Oh, flashes.
Nico no olibdi. Наверное, GG. Whoa. Monusi.
That's a big mistake.
Monusi Shiron ol open. Tesir. Donk baribir oldi. 2ga 1 Donk. Donk 2ga 1 o'ynaydi hozir.
It's not the damage he had hoped for. Falcons lean back with fear. And as Donk takes that quick press out towards the window, he doesn't see what he needs. Smoke's gonna fade, and now both avenues are open.
Donk nima qiladi?
He's tiptoeing his way through.
Oh, Monusi. 12. raundda ol yaptı. 12. shot'tu.
Shiro had the chance right there.
Endi sal xavfsizroq. Salgina.
It looked like such an audacious play to make after Don got his kill at top mid, but then you look at the kill feed and Falcons had a response back. He felt he needed to do something, but he couldn't punish that bomb crossing. That's where that round died. Needed an ace from Donk.
And unfortunately, of all the B holds, this time Sway crossing out from Humvee gets caught with nothing.
Donk bilan Shiro'da AWP.
Acceleration of the bomb that forced Shiro's op to miss. Team Spirit's catch up
Shiro o'zi bir kishini oladi.
has been admirable.
Agar tunnelga tushsa bittasi.
But a much needed 12th round by Falcons secured.
Donk. O'xshamadi. Ikkita bomba.
Double nades.
It's not as bad as it could have been.
No, it's actually totally fine here for Falcons. Just looking for them to get it. I mean, you know, Kicksan, right? He's just looking for a good spot to get in, to go with a solid execute, to make sure they do it while they have money. While Spirit are at their strongest, they want to take him out clean.
Number 12.
Nobody's trying to get into overtime here.
Overtime bilan.
And it was the eco test versus these two over and B in this previous round. Here's a
Overtime bilsa bilmadim.
Sway delivered versus those Tech 9s.
Last round at the end. Pressure comes out from the secondary. Donk found one. Donk.
Donk. Yama oynadi Donk.
Hungry to go for the repeat, but
No.
the test gets stuffed. Third shot missed. Sway this time with one, and Shiro already pressing his luck out through that CT spawn. It's in Nico's hands now, and with already close proximity to the doorway, Nico 78 health pushes over and looks to take that deep challenge, but they've already got their positions locked in, and so
12
comes with it.
It's a fantastic round from both of them on the whole, to be honest, with the op shots and Sway's kills, delaying to stay alive. As simple as here for the two guys that had to deliver to keep this game up.
Round 24, no timeouts left. Oh, his bomb on the other side of the window.
Yeah, yeah. He just kind of has it. He's like, maybe I can get these kills, that's all.
Really had to swing. We go long, heavy for Spirit in the 24th of play.
Falcon. Agar chiqib ketsa, yana orzu bo'lib qolar finalga chiqish. 12 Falcon. Overtime ko'ramiz.
Sway's trying to find timing. He'll collect the kill on Nico first, and then as he tucks back in, it's an easy one to kill.
Nico.
And the improvement for Sway tonight, much needed. Quad kill. No way! Every time they think they've got him, he fights back with conviction.
They came here to level him up.
Career high performance.
Bir o'zi olib ketdi hammasini.
And an ace to push OT.
He did not just get 2 aces in a quarterfinal, in a major playoffs, as an anchor on 2 different maps versus their biggest competition.
I love the
Rub your eyes.
The parallel that
Zvir. Bu qaysi komandadan keldi Zvir? Yo'q ekan.
One thing. That's a map where we saw moments. Dust 2 is where he just could not figure it out. This is raw. Rifle versus rifles.
Just clinical.
12.
With the peaks right, left, and center around those boxes.
What a CT side overall.
Sway has given Spirit a reason to believe and a reason for the Falcons to shake.
I think he put up 3 kills in that first half. And just like that, we're in overtime.
Falcons' major life, which felt secured for at least Ancient, is right back on the table.
Falcon qiynaladi.
Things that everybody needed him to figure out. That's getting kills from within sights, not pushing through smokes, not swinging extra, not overheating.
Team Spirit with 7 of the last 8 rounds in regulation force us to OT. Man, it feels like the brakes have been forced on for Falcons. They'll be allowed to tiptoe their way into the cat play. You know, Chopper, despite only having 4 kills on this map, has made them work for taking this A bomb site. His utility always slows it down.
Марко Ройс. Мой любимый Марко Ройс. Снова не чемпион. Faqat bular chopper'da olish biladi. Boshqa Falcons o'ynolmayapti. Yaxshi.
Turnir at this distance, working with half health as Falcons are going to go for that plant.
Yeah, he dipped in, back for mid, took away from that fight. Has to be the
Giga.
retake. Flash is excellent.
Oh, they're on it.
Oh,
luckily Kickstand's got another frag. Sway's got the better of him. Yet again, a critical piece
This
of
is
this.
2-ga 1.
And it's time for TSS to try to shine.
Oh, Flash won't do anything. Come on, Sway. Go off, son. What's happening? Him here on retakes. That's a whole nother threat. First round of OT to Team Spirit. They're somehow in the lead.
And Kickstand digs deep in that round. That peek down along the wall to make sure Shiro gets busted up. Felt like it had to be an instant headshot or else Turnir in the background's got the support.
They played with him perfectly. He had no easy shots. They got right up to the back of the default to plant the bomb, and there was no way for Shiro to actually escape that. He had to hit a crazy headshot over the box, but if you can see what we saw, he would have peeled back a long time ago.
An extra credit, right? That flashbang for Zway gets the trade train going up a catwalk.
Zway doesn't get both those kills. This round's over. They can squeeze back the cap, play for time. It's way easier to win. TSS knows. TSS in their last match, he came into it. He was on a 9-1v1 win streak. He was so clutch. That's another stat that Falcons had working in their favor playing against Team Spirit.
Oh, fast pounce though. Timing's a little bit different, but the defense is in. Locked in.
Some things are different.
Bu zivi qayerdan olib kelganlar bilmadim bile. Niko bilan Kiyasuki oxirida o'ynolmayapti. Важный раундda.
I thought Jacob was the only guy who needed some time. Look at Sway go here inside the B site.
Who wants to be the hero, Falcons? Kyosuke and Nico dead. Monacy still out here with that off.
Vega bala bor.
And obviously Team Spirit have so much momentum and still so much utility. They block that off with a very quick answer to just make sure nobody else floods out through tunnels. And so they can lean back comfortably into this 5 versus 3 advantage.
I mean, look at the leadoff already. Turnir's already pushed past the doors. I mean, the rest of this round might as well just be a formality if the CTs don't totally bungle this. 3 here to defend.
Donk still again, right? You said that electricity kind of in him. Never static so far throughout this CT side. Always ready to go. And there's Sway in with a third. Leaning back as the fire burns, no avenue of attack for the Falcons. Kickstand's desperate hope at somehow winning this 1 versus 4. But like you said, Turnir was already hot on his heels from that mid flank. And so if he just tries to go for the op save, there are real ramifications of this. 2 in a row in overtime, 7 of the 8 to close out regulations. We have not seen a lifeline for the Falcons in quite some time.
It's crazy because mentally it's hard to really rationalize the fact that right now Team Spirit are coming back in their head-to-head. They're winning. They might actually just eliminate Falcons now from the major. This map was almost done after that second pistol. This should have been a wash.
Kalla ishlatish kerak deyaptim.
And a missed opportunity for Monacy as well.
And now the feet are to the fire of the Falcons right now. This game is getting away from them. Their lifeline in this major, and one of their biggest follies, man, is getting into playoffs. But they would never lose games in seeding matches and everything like that. Falcons were crushing everybody.
Great record in 3rd, 4th deciders.
Yeah, but when there was no fallback, the few games they have lost, it's been there.
I mean, when the pressure's at its
maximum.
Here's Turnir, back's turned to him.
Bular TSS bilan Nico вообще oxirgi.
You can't go 0-3 in this overtime. I'm sorry.
They could be on the brink of doing exactly that. Falcons trying to test the waters of long, and that's just going to queue up Shiro's off. Kyosuke popped.
Shiro.
And it was a quiet map for Shiro at times, never really called on. But now, 21 frags to his name, a 2K here to try to solidify this flawless overtime run. Kixan has had his moments to try to save them, but it is yet again too much to ask.
And Nico, a focal point of these conversations. Look at him, 22 and 19, did his part back on the CT side. It's not the same story in a loss to the Falcons where Nico is the guy that we look to saying, where are you? He's here, he is trying, and he's trying to do as much as he possibly can. This one just, it has a little bit of a different story to it. Unfortunately, the outcome's gonna ring the same. Another major. The reason why we come down so hard on Falcons sometimes, the Ents core, the heroic core, the G2 core. These are three teams that had to basically get dismantled to bring this team together. The bar is that they win. Anything below that is heavily scrutiny. That's it. Massive amounts of scrutiny to this lineup for that reason. It's a team with players we all cheer for, that have massive stories behind them, a million reasons to want to see them succeed. Nico being one of them, Monacy right beside him. And we do see them play their hearts out. But the fact is, in moments like these, it always feels like they beat the odds in the wrong direction. The tragedy
qilmasa o'sha
almost
foydasi
comically
yo'q.
so sometimes where you think this can't be the time it happens again.
qilsa ikkinchi daf'a dop bo'ladi. Overtime.
If they could pick one quarterfinalist to go up against, maybe it would have been Spirit.
And we fight.
Water, deep breaths, and fight. A dreading feeling that has become all too common
Falcon long'da
in his career.
4 kishi. B'da 1 kishi.
And it felt like with the way that they battled back versus G2, that things could have been different.
Spirit middan.
Them stepping forward because we saw
Short
them in the grand finals in Hong Kong. We've seen
kiradi.
them beat the world's best recently. All while Team Spirit have never gotten their win over top of this Falcons. And so tonight was supposed to be more
Nico
of that,
ketdi.
more of the same.
Biladim, shey.
Uh-oh, he's in front of the smoke. Connor, it's just kicks in. This B-split is coming. The bomb's already out, man.
God,
they're starting to ramp into it. This is getting real for Falcons.
Bir kishi B'da. Kixan, Shiro.
After the progress in 2025, after feeling like they had brought more and more
Kyosuke.
with Hunter in his heart, Nico sits to the sideline.
Shiro.
And has the hope that his proteges are enough for this retake. You've got
3-3. Donk yo'q. Nimadir o'ylab topishadimi?
Major life on the line. The time's getting too low. They've got to go. Jumping through
Pas.
windows.
Qilish kerak.
Holding it off is Turnir. Sway dead with nothing. Josuke could be the difference. Bomb is beyond
GG.
5 seconds. Falcons have bailed.
Spirit win. Spirit yutdi. Falcon yana chiqib ketdi.
The one red thread, the one through line that Falcons were most scared about coming into this quarterfinal. Their nightmare has come true. Spirit have taken this game, keep their hopes alive in this major, and walk by their biggest competition of the season.
Falcons majordan chiqib ketdi.
Off of a world class, there's no sugarcoating that. World class first map from Sway. If you had anticipated a Spirit win tonight, you would have never called for that nuke domination. And if there was domination to be had, it is always at the hands of Dong. But tonight, Sway showed that he can feel the shoes of Magisk.
No, Falcon boshdan biluvdim. Nima qilishini bularni. Toza.
The sky is the limit for Spirit.
Monacy. Monacy boshqa komandaga o'tishi kerak. Nima qiladi o'zi 3-4-marta. Ko'p finalga ham chiqarmay ketib qolyapti Falcon.
Take an important victory over Falcons, who they've struggled against all year long. And this man's way sits in his first ever major playoffs, pulls off 2 aces, comes back from a slower start on Dust 2, dominates and helps your team take it over the line. Feels like a pretty good day, right? Yes. Just talk to me. How did you feel being able to have so much impact this time, especially in this arena with all this going on around you, something that you're not used to, it's something new to you?
I don't know, I just got some impact words from Halley and Chopper before the game, so I just stopped feeling pressure like I felt last half of year, I guess, and I think I showed how I can play.
Okay. Spirit.
Also about your performance, obviously you had.
Пиздец.
Рек виновен. На рек виновен.
Нет, Коля видел 100 предметов кинул.
Играй снова.
Men Falconsga tushuni xohlagandim-da. Mayli. Spirit polfinalga chiqdi. Bugun yana Mongols bilan Vitality o'ynasa, agar Vitality yutsa, Spirit bilan o'ynaydi. Va ertaga Furia bilan kim o'ynaydi? Navi o'ynaydi. Furia bilan Navi o'ynaydi. Va dальше yana kim edi? Mouse bilan Face o'ynaydi. Mouse bilan Face o'ynasa, Mouse bilan Face o'ynasa,
into it.
Kiyasuke. Kiyasuke sog'indi.
Back to this one, and this is what I want to see on the mini map. Donk with ants in his pants, running back and forth between the window and the tunnel, just actively supporting his way in the spot.
Shiro kiksan. Bitta ol. Ha, Nika ol baribir bittasini. Kiksan. Bitta ol. Ha, Nika ol baribir. Ovoz baland. Judayam. Kiksan. Bitta ol. Ha, Nika ol baribir. Ovoz baland. Judayam. Kiksan. Bitta ol. Ha, Nika ol baribir. Ovoz baland. Judayam.